What's up, tricksters and tricksetas, and welcome to another Tier 3 sub VOD review presented by your favorite Radiant coach, CHARLATAN Papito. Today at our coaching table, we have our friend Spliffy, who is a Bronze 3 Killjoy main on Breeze. Now, I immediately want to mention that Killjoy on Breeze is not really the best agent, you know, because of the range and of her utility and all of that stuff, but any Sentinel is better than no Sentinel at all. Also, with the new Breeze redesign, I mean, like, map is much more claustrophobic. It's easier to both attack and defend. You know, the map is just more simple, so you can get enormous amount of value, even if you're playing something like Killjoy. Now, let's first start with, you know, what our friend Spliffy told us here. I'm 19 from Toronto. Oh, he's Indian. And just started regrading rank. Started the game in 2023 and peaked Season 3 8th rank rating of Gold 1 back in June. Okay. Recently I've gotten into taking the game more seriously and actually improving. Specs. 1600 DPI. 0.125 sensitivity. Okay, good. So you're playing on a laptop? I mean, what is this resolution, bro? Okay, maybe it's not laptop like, but 1568, so a bit of a stretched here. Glass pad. Listen, like, especially if you're a bit of a low rank, I would actually recommend you to play on some kind of a good cloth pad. Like, basically, glass pads just require, you know, very high levels of good mouse control. Like, basically, okay, let me tell you a story. Glass pad is maybe better for you in a long run. Maybe you can become better and more consistent on a glass pad in a long run. But on a cloth pad, it is easier to compensate the days when you don't feel your aim at all. Like, generally games such as Valorant and CS2, it's just, you know, it's more consistent aiming on a cloth pad for like 99.9% of players. Maybe you're in that 0.1%. Maybe, I don't know, you know, you can keep going, do whatever you want to do. I'm not gonna complain, obviously, it's your life, it's your equipment, but I would maybe advise you to, you know, try a cloth pad for like 3 to 4 weeks, you know, like, it's just easier to be consistent on a cloth pad, especially when you're such a low rank. My rank history, I've been stuck Bronze 3 and now Silver 1, and I can't seem to get back to Silver 3 no matter how much I try. Some games I'm 417 and next I'm 21-6. I don't really know what specifically is my weakness, and I often blame every aspect, which is counterintuitive. Okay? I feel like I aim for the head and end up triple body shotting or double body shotting. I hold an angle and just get one tap to arrive with. Is it my positioning awareness? Now the camera. But what is this day today, bro? First my microphone, then the camera, like, camera. Can we go back? Can we go back to normal? Please? Okay, no. No, the setup is falling apart. The setup is just falling apart. Okay, we're back. I started on cloth and felt slow with my slow sense. I think it's better if you play on a cloth pad and you just hide up your sensitivity a bit. Up to you. Really up to you. I'm not gonna persuade you into anything. Yet. Now, I hold an angle and I just get one tap or a whiff is my positioning awareness. We'll see in the VOD. For the better part of 2 months, end of November, I started to VOD review. Hit death matches in my downtime, where I do pretty good and play on my alternative account when I feel like running it down. or a warm-up some days. I started off as a Cypher main, 400 hours, and after the nerf to his trips, I switched to Killjoy at the end of the last act. Listen, man, like, Cypher is still much better Sentinel for rank solo queue than Killjoy. Now, the reason is very simple. Cypher is just far more versatile. It is easier to get value out of his utility in rank solo queue. On both attackers and defenders side, you're not bound to anything. You can do both aggressive and passive plays, both team play and you know, individual plays as well. You know, having 2 cages, 2 smokes with a camera is still better than a, you know, turret and alarm bot, essentially. So, if you already have 400 hours on Cypher, I would rather recommend you to play Cypher in ranked solo queue than Killjoy. But, you know, let's see your Killjoy gameplay. Maybe Killjoy is meant for you. My warm-up before ranked. Eliminate 50 slowly moving from target. Eliminate 50 bots. Slowly moving from target to target, learning headshot level. Eliminate 50 while I dead zone strafe using the pole. Eliminate 50 while I dead zone strafe and the bot strafe using the pole. Hard bots for flicking, 1 to 2 death matches. Okay, we'll see. I mean, anyways, you know, like, because you're such a low rank, anyways, like, usually to the players like you, when I'm doing the tier 3 sub VOD reviews, I'm gonna give you some kind of a training, you know, some kind of an aim training, general training, like, you'll get something at the end of this VOD review. What I'm looking for, if my warm-up is inefficient, but it's not really inefficient, it's just that, you know, when you're bronze, for an example, you know, when you're low elo, you really want to work on every single mechanical problem that we have in Valorant. You know, you really want to work, like, on literally everything. Literally everything that is important for this video game. While also hyper-focusing your own, you know, micro problems. So, I just think that this is not enough for, let's say, a warm-up or aim training for a player like you. And it can be a bit better. And we'll see. You know, we'll see in the gameplay. My potential ceiling for this act and next act, okay, we'll see, you know, based on your gameplay, what I'm messing up and how to fix this. Okay. Okay. Simple stuff. We can immediately dive into a tracker review. So we have a VOD review notes for Spliffy, right? Okay, general points, attack points, and defense points. Okay, let's see the tracker. We don't need a dice card anymore. Ekam! What's up, Ekam, bro? Honestly, hear me out. 5 deathmatches sheriff only, with ball. You know, and listen, any aim training that you do will help you, you know, a bit. So, there's not a single aim training, as long as you're focusing on proper mechanics and proper execution, that is not gonna help you out with something. You know. But you really wanna, you know, maximize your efficiency of your time, and generally Camera! Okay, we go back. Please. Please. What is going on today? Mamma mia. So basically, like, you know, the thing with the aim training is that you really want to hyper-focus all of the problems that you have in Valorant, and all of the, you know, general mechanics that you have in Valorant. Like, you don't want to just randomly do stuff left and right. I wanted to hear your advice. I did rank from Immortal 1 this sec to Ascendant 1, and I don't know what I should do. I can't win and my aim also got worse, even though I'm playing range and deathmatches. Ekan, brother, like, there can be so many problems, especially because you're a medium elo player. Like, I'm not a wizard yet. Maybe I'm gonna become a wizard in the future, but literally, like, There can be so many problems, bro. We'll have to do some VOD review. Yo, that's we'll see, man. Yeah. Welcome back. Okay, we're good now. We're good. I don't know, like, today my setup is just falling apart. I don't know what's going on. Okay, Spliffy, let's see the tracker. So our friend Spliffy... Okay, listen. This is actually not a bronze 3 VOD review, this is like more like a silver. So we're gonna mark it down as a silver 3. Like, the guy is pretty consistent there, so... You know, Spliffy is actually a silver 3 player. Because my dude was, you know, pretty consistently hard stuff there. When it comes to... Listen, man. Like, when it comes to your performance and your playtime, like, this is practically, you know, average. You know, like you're nothing special. You're not terrible. You're just a pretty average player in Valorant that is trying to improve. But of course, like, you know, with 144 hours invested in the last act, brother, we could have been at least, like, I don't know, gold 3 or platinum 1 until now. Like, this is a lot of time invested in this act with no results whatsoever. When it comes to your playtime, you're not really consistent here. You know, like, you go off and on depending on a few, you know, from this act to that act. Valorant is really the game that feeds onto consistency. So if you can, you know, spread this playtime across multiple acts and episodes, that would be better than, you know, burning yourself out just during like 2 months and then wanting to unalive yourself. Let me see this act, like... Okay, listen, man, like, first of all, every single stat of yours is non-optimal. You know, there's not a single statistic of yours that is like, oh yeah, this player is gonna rank up now. You know, like, this is just a matter of time. Like, there's a lot of things that we need to work on. And we'll see during this VOD, you know, like, what are those things. Also, what I want to mention here is that definitely positioning can be a problem. Mechanical skill can be the problem. And a lot of these fundamentals that we have in Valorant. Well, what is really funny is that your delta per round is like 9. And you have like a bit lower ADR and KD, like, so I don't know what type of fights we're actually taking and how do we die so many times. Let me see some of these other stats, like clutch percentage below optimal. We can do something better in 1v1s and 1v2s. First bloods and first deaths, horrendous. Last deaths are there, but we're not actually closing the rounds for our teammates. Maybe we're baiting too much. Or maybe our friend Spliffy is playing too much solo and not playing with a team enough, which is a pretty common mistake. Pretty common mistake of Sentinel players. KST, it's okay, but not optimal. We can still survive more, get more frags, and play more with the team. Attacker side, abysmal. Defender side, actually fucking good. What? On defender side, you're playing really good, actually. Like, what the fuck? Like, the defense for you is not a problem. Like, actually, on defender side, you have a really good statistics. But on the attack, you don't exist. You literally don't exist on the attacker side. Listen, so I'm gonna tell you one thing. Like, the main problem of the players on the attacker side, when they're playing Sentinels is the following. First of all, you need to lead your teammates a bit. Pick up the spike, tell them where to go, at least on a macro level. Try to read the game a bit and just, decide what is easier and better to execute. The second problem for Sentinel players in these lower ranks is that you probably don't understand when to play alone and when to play with a team. And the answer is very simple. You play alone only when you get information that you can play alone. When basically you know that your solo play is gonna give you higher chances of winning that round. Or if team play is not possible, executes don't exist, then you start playing alone. But you cannot lurk, flank, and play alone every single fucking round in ranked solo queue, especially not below Ascendant 1. The problem number 3, you might be using your utility way too passively, especially with a Killjoy. I see a lot of the players, they're saving the nanoswarms for the post plants. They're not using the turret as a recon tool and as a 6-man player. And you just have this mindset where, you need to consistently use your turret for the flanks and lurks, and you need to save your nanoswarms for the post plants. But you should be using this utility in both passive and aggressive way as well, especially if you need to execute something with your team. We'll see. We'll see, there's a huge VOD review in front of us, so we'll see what's going on. But on attacker side, Okay, we're back. I guess if I touch my microphone, we are done. Is the microphone good now? Ah, ooh, it's robotic, bro. It's Robocop. Oh no 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 no! Ah, yo. Ooh, yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Hello, 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 hello. I'm gonna kill myself. Are you using voice mode by any chance? No, I don't use that. This 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 is actually my real voice. Hello. 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 Yo, 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 yo. Okay. Tell me, chat, if the microphone is off. I don't know what's going on, bro. Okay, Spiffy. Top weapons and performance. Pistol rounds, really effing good for you. Really effing good. Like, this is amazing. Eco rounds, also good. And in full rounds and semi rounds, you don't exist. Well, this is weird. You know? Like, basically, in full rounds and semi rounds, we need to do something better. I don't know, play with the team. Just play proper refray game. Pick better fights. Position better in a fights. Like, I don't know what's happening here, to be honest. Also, like, your headshot percentage with Vandal is decent for a you know, silver bronze player. Like, it's okay. Of course, like, some of your mechanical stats are far below optimal. Also, by the way, Spliffy, you need to start using and abusing every single weapon in this video game. Like, weapon versatility is very important. It is so much easier reaching medium elo and high elo by abusing every single weapon in the game, rather than only using Phantom, Vandal, Sheriff, Ghost, and that type of bullshit. And there isn't a better time for you to grow than right now. Literally, right now is the best time for you to become a better player and to learn how to play this video game. So, you know, give some love to Judge on a defender side, Shorty, Stinger, Operazione, Outlaw, then, you know, Sheriff, Bulldog, Marshall, Bucky, Bandit, Odin, everything. Everything, bro. You know, like, different weapons will just allow you to have more solutions for different problems when aim fails you. When Vandal and Phantom don't work. I'm doing Gambas on this one, yeah. Do you use XLR microphone? Yeah, I use the sure SN7B with the Go XLR. Okay, the first gamble, did I win the first round? Okay, let's dive straight into the VOD review because we are already lagging here a lot. So we're on the attacker side immediately. That's good. Oh. The first Sentinel VOD review on Breeze. I mostly play kill setup, so that's why I don't use shotguns much. You should, man. You should, then. And even on a map such as Breeze, like this new map redesign, you can get away with a lot of bullshit. And with a lot of easy killeronis.
Let's make this extraction quick. After this, I'm going
Okay.
5 time zones away.
So, you get in a game of Valorant.
My ultimate is ready.
The first thing you need to ask yourself,
30 seconds left.
the first thing that you need to ask yourself is, how should I play this map? What should I do with my team composition against the enemy team composition? And, you know, what should I actually be aware of during this gameplay? So first of all, on Breeze, on the attacker side, your default site, number 1 priority, B site. Number 2 priority, A site. Number 3 priority, mid area of the map. In the first 4 to 6 rounds, you should persuade your teammates to play together as 5 and to do the 5-man executes onto B and A. And you play together with them. We're trying to get the info, how the enemies are defending the bomb sites, trying to do the good, you know, default executes with our team, and just trying to see, like, if enemies are gonna have any response to our executes, which usually in low elo, you know, in the lower you go in the ranks in Valorant, the more and more like 5-man executes are gonna work. Like basically, players in these low ranks, like they just don't know how to defend the bomb sites. And if you have a good, you know, good setup from your controller, and you follow up your teammates properly, like to open the space, it should be easy peasy. Mid area of the map of Breeze, mid area of Breeze, you should touch when your 5-man executes are not working. You know, like then we should start taking the mid control, splitting the A site, splitting the B site, and maybe you can try to go for some lurks and flanks if you get, you know, enough information about the enemies. Buzzy TV, yo, just wanted to say that your videos are 10 out of 10, be helping a lot to get better understanding of what to prioritize in com games. No problemo, no problemo, no problemo. We're here all to learn. Now, when it comes to team compositions, your team comp on attack is fine. We're definitely going to have a bit of a problems with Brimstone on a defender side, because Brimstone's iPad cannot really smoke choke points, you know, fast enough. And when it comes to the enemy team comp, but this is a trash can team composition on Breeze. I mean, they only have Sage as a sentinel, Harbor as a controller, like that guy is not gonna do anything, and practically like three duelists, and Clove as a secondary controller. Okay, so I guess this team comp, because they have one hardcore sentinel. The best idea on Breeze for you is to do the 5-man execute onto the A site 3 rounds in a row, and then in a 4th round we can change the pattern. But Charlatan, my, you know, low elo solo queue teammates are not gonna listen to me. Pick up the spike. Hey guys, let's go A. Hey guys, let's go A together as 5. Hey Reina, B is not A. Can we go A to be annoying? Tell them what to do. At least try. At least try. Like, if you never try to IGL your teammates and to tell them what to do, like, you will never know if they're gonna listen to you. I'm gonna be honest, all the offense was IGL by my diamond girlfriend duo Reina. Wait, so you are silver and your girlfriend is diamond. Respect! Absolute respect. Okay, now, when it comes to like, men shaming here. Okay, now, so yeah, basically, you know, based on team compositions and the map that we're playing, just a much better idea is to simply go A in this round. And now in the first round with Killjoy, on Breeze, like, but you have a lot of different options that you can buy. In the first round with Killjoy, you can go for a Sheriff, literally. You can go for a Bandit and Alarm Bot. or 1 nanoswarm. And you can also go for the ghost and alarm bot and 1 nanoswarm. Or 1 nanoswarm. Now, which weapon should you buy? Really depends on what you prefer. Personally, I think for the first round of Breeze, the most optimal Scheiße that you can get is the Bandit. 8 bullets, faster, spamming than Sheriff. On every single range, you're definitely gonna kill the enemies on Breeze, because very rarely players on Breeze play Classic Pistol and Light Shield. So, probably the most optimal choice on Breeze, like, if you play the first round, on both attackers and defender side, is just the Bandit, and you can maybe get 1 nanoswarm or alarm bot, depending, how you wanna play. If you wanna play more aggressively and support your teammates, get the nanoswarm. If you wanna play a bit more passively, get the alarm bot. But in the first round, I would always advise you to play with your teammates and to do some kind of a setup like this. So, hey guys, let's go A. Put your alarm bot like this, where basically turret like this, where turret can scout the enemies there and the enemies pushing from behind as well. Now, you want to scale up together with your teammates, and if you buy the nanoswarm, just pop this nanoswarm at the backside so the enemies cannot peek us from this position as we are scaling out, and also enemies cannot play, in this corner. You scale out with your teammates, clear the site, take the backside control, and basically that's it. Now, if you wanna, if you're not certain how deep you're gonna scale into the A site, are you gonna fight all the way, on the bridge, orange, etc., etc., then, simply put your turret like as you're going onto the A site, like this. So you just have a wider range, where you can play the whole backside, and you can also push with your teammates towards the doors, towards the yellow, and you can do whatever the hell you want to do. But please, in the first round, even if you're playing a Sentinel, play with your team. You're very valuable. We can easily play on a refrag potential. We all have semi-automatic weapons, shit weapons, basically. Playing together is just easier in the first round to win it. There's no reason to split, flank, lurk, or do any bullshit. Anyways, you're pushing a bomb set where there's maximum like 2 or 3 players playing there, with a very limited amount of utility. Let's see what our friend Spliffy is gonna do. So here we should definitely go, A, together as 5. Plus we have the Vele. Vele can easily take the space. We have the Reyna Flash as well. And that's it. By the way, this buy option, right here, doesn't exist on any map in Valorant. Like, there's not a single map in Valorant or a single situation where you buy all of your utility and you play with a classic pistol without a light shield. If you want to play classic pistol in the first round, you always buy the classic pistol, light shield, and then for the rest of the credits, usually with Killjoy you want to get nanoswarms on the attacker side. Anyways, you have the turret for the flanks and lurks that you can use. Alarm bot is 250, right? And the nanoswarm is 200. I completely forgot already. Just a second. Is that right? Jet, correct me?
Everyone note down your observations, then let's placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade.
It's 200 actually, both. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you can get a bandit with the alarm bot as well, but I don't know why would you do that. Okay, so basically in this first round, hey guys, let's go A, together as 5, get a bandit, get a nanoswarm, put this turret right here for the flank and lurk, play with your team. Support your teammates with this nanoswarm to open the space, play together with them, and that's it. Your Brimstone, if you're pushing A in the first round, you need to tell your controller to give you this smoke and this smoke right here, basically on these 2 pings, here and here. And that is the only job of your controller during the time an A executes. In ranked solo queue, it's really important that you understand the smoke setups for every single situation, every single execute, every single split, because only God knows like what your silver, bronze, gold controllers are gonna give you on the attacker's side. And a good and bad smoke setup can fuck you up more than anything else during the executes. This buy option here is horrendous, really bad. Like, basically, especially on a breeze. On breeze, you're playing a classic pistol without a shield in the first round. Crazy. Crazy. I mean, to be honest, just the fact that you're playing a classic pistol on breeze is crazy. Now listen, like, you know, let's say hypothetically that this buy option is good. You know, that getting 2 nanoswarms, alarm bot, and turret for the first round is good. How should we use this utility? We should use the alarm bot for the flank right here. And we should use the turret as a 6th man. So as we're scaling out on the site through the enemy smoke, we should use a turret like this to fight together with us. And we should be denying the enemy space and clearing the angles with a nanoswarms.
I got the spike.
Listen, never waste your time picking up the stupid orbs if there's something better for you to do at that moment of time. So basically, like, picking up the orbs is only useful if there's nothing better for you to do at that moment, or if you're one ultimate orb away from the ultimate, and you just want to farm the ultimate in that round and use the ultimate somewhere. Otherwise, play with your team, get ready for the execute, fight the fights, fight the enemies, do something else. Here, your teammates are pushing. They're peeking aggressively. They're aiming area of the map. They're swinging the enemies. They're fighting. Go. Fight. Run. Don't waste your time picking up the orb. And then you might end up in a situation while you're picking up the orb, 2 of your teammates die in the choke point, and you're like, oh, how did my teammates die? They died because you were not there to support them. When you have alarm bot in a turret with yourself, you should always use the alarm bot for the flank and lurk when you're pushing A site, and use the turret as a 6th man to fight the enemies together with the team. Especially here. You know, like, your teammates are going onto the bomb site right now. Already in this first round, we have a terrible smoke setup. Our Brimstone smoked this and this. What the actual flippin' F is this smoke setup? How do we have this big of a gap in the middle? That's why you always need to tell your controllers in the first round what type of a smoke setup you need for the execute. Like, you cannot let these degenerate controllers dictate the outcome of your rounds. A good and bad smoke setup is far more important than a good and bad flash exit, you know, dash ability or some shit like that. Without the good smokes, your chances of executing the site and taking the space is like significantly lower. Papito, is Vela a better agent to play than Jet in rank now? Only after Immortal 3. As was also, man. What's the meta smokes for A? But basically, like, you know, if you have a Brimstone in your team, you just want to do this. Bum. And bum. That's it. You know, Brimstone gives you these smokes. You use the Killjoy turret like this as a 6th man, where the Killjoy turret can tag the enemies and fight in all 3 of these corridors. And we can play on the turret's contact. We drop a nanoswarm for this position as we are scaling out, so you know that we clear this spot and enemies cannot swing us wide from the backside. They can only swing like this. It's easier to have a good crosshair placement on this position, and that's it. Like, you know, that's how your execute onto A side should look like with the Killjoy most of the time. And, you know, you just put your alarm bot for your anal cavity right here. And that's it.
Turn out.
So this turret that you did here is bad. You know, it's better if you use the alarm bot for the flank, and we use the Killjoy turret to bait out the enemy shots, tag them, deal some damage, reveal them. Killjoy's turret is very useful, like a 6-man in your team, basically.
Turn out.
Especially in these ranks where players' mechanical skill is just dog poo-poo. This was, I mean, it's okay. I guess your Waylay. Okay, your Waylay cleared the backside, so it's fine. The only problem is, like, hear me out. So, when your teammates are taking the space, especially in low elo, never trust your teammates when they're clearing the angles. Like, you should clear the most crucial off angles and common angles that you're engaging at that moment of time. So, for an example, you push through the aim and area of the map. Check this position. Check this position. And now, before you plant the spike, check this position as well. Your Waylay literally did this. Nobody checked this spot. Check the, check the angles first, and then go for the spike plant. And of course, like, your default position, where you mostly want to plant the spike on the A set of breeze, is here. Bam. Towards the wall, so the spike looks like this. And basically, like, now we can play at the backside, apply the pressure from this position. We can use the alarm bot to maybe reveal the enemies if they push us through this spot, right here, for an example. We can also play passively, like, just put alarm bot on the spike, play from the main, but hear me out. In ranked solo queue, you always want to play the post plants based on how your teammates are playing. If your teammates want to play aggressively with them. At least try to refrag them. You don't need to die during that refrag. You don't need to follow them into death. Just make sure that you can maybe refrag them and use them somehow. Just give diamond yes to my main and alt. Thanks for the advice, Pepito. No problem, man. No problem. I have 93% win rate on Corrode. GG, man. GG. What does it when I play Waylay? I top frag always but lose. But when I play other agents, I don't top frag but I win. I mean, maybe in that top frag games you had to carry a bit more. You know, maybe those kills that you got were not kills to close out the rounds, to clutch and win the rounds. You know, maybe you got a few eco round kills, non-impactful kills. Like the only thing that matters in Valorant is like whether you win or lose the round. Like you can get a 4 kills and lose the round still. That's why like your main focus in ranked solo queue should always be just closing the rounds, and that's it. Nothing else. And staying alive as much as you can. When you're planting the spike here, always turn yourself towards the wall, so the spike is sticking out a bit. You know, there is a huge difference between this plant and this plant. Like when you plant the spike like this, spike is sticking out a bit deeper in this aim and area of the map. Also, you can see the spike if you maybe end up in this position or this position in some 1v1 or 1v2, and you know, you need to see if enemy is defusing the spike. Like the spike is literally here. Listen, don't prepare your nanoswarm setups on top of the spike before we see how we're gonna play this post plant. Like, you planted the spike. Okay, first of all, in ranked solo queue, you should never be the guy that is planting the spike. You should always give this useless job in the hands of your teammates. Why? Because by the time that you were planting the spike, you could have supported your Reyna and fight together with her. You could have fought the enemy harbor in this position right here. Like, you should always give this useless job in the hands of your teammates. Anyways, planting the spike as soon as possible should never be your highest priority. Your highest priority should always be fighting all of the fights, clearing the whole site, and then planting the spike. Because here, if Reyna died for nothing, Tejo died, Bailey died, you could have easily ended up in some 4v2 situation, and then then what? You know, will the spike plant give you any higher chances of winning this round? No. But fighting with your teammates and making sure that they stay alive and we get the kills, yes. Here, before you use your nanoswarms on top of the spike, look at the minimap. Look at the minimap. Ask yourself, where are the enemies? How your teammates are going to play the post plant? Because if your teammates are not going to play the post plant from the aim and area of the map, it is useless dropping your nanoswarms on top of the spike. It's better if you use them, like if the enemies get stuck in some corners, in some angles, to get them out, to pressure them and stuff like that. And here, instead of going into the aim and area of the map, you should have stayed at the backside. Like, as long as your teammates are fighting deep on the A side, like you have teammates that are across this line. In this case scenario, we have a Brimstone that is here, and we have a Tejo that is here. The best post-line position that you can play is this one right here. Brimstone takes a fight. We take a fight with the Brimstone. Tejo takes a fight. We take a fight with the Tejo. Now, from this position, you're praying to God that your teammates are going to delay the enemies enough for you to win this round based on the timer. Based on these nanoswarms that you spam down there. Also, never, like, when you're dropping your nanoswarms for the spike, like, in the post plants, always drop only one nanoswarm. One only. And the second one, you should be using after this one expires. Why? Very simple. You don't want the enemies to destroy both of your nanoswarms with a shock dart, with some utility to spam them, or some shit like that. Mokov, yeah, it's fine, it's fine. It's fine. You see here, my friend, Spliffy. Like, if you actually played from the backside together with your Tejo, you would have refragged your Tejo, killed the enemy Clove, and now you would be 3 versus 1 instead of 2v2. Or maybe you would have been 2 versus 1 instead of 2v2. Like, always play the post plants based on how your teammates want to play them. You cannot play from the aim in with your nanoswarms if your teammates want to fight aggressively. You're just going to be losing your teammates for nothing and gambling so much that these 2 nanoswarms are going to be enough to win this round just purely on time. Also, I have no idea, why did you activate right now one of your nanoswarms? Nobody tabbed the spike. Why? Your alarm bot didn't activate. Your Brimstone, as a matter of fact, actually sees the spike. Like, you know, this setup that you have on the spike is not that bad. Basically, like, you know, you have an alarm bot here, nanos from here, nanos from here. Like, wait for the alarm bot to activate, activate the first one. Bam.
Swarm grenade out.
Then when the first one expires, and enemies get close to the spike,
Swarm grenade.
activate the second one. I popped the one that I missed and landed in the open just to deter. But, you didn't miss any nanoswarm, like. What do you mean? Both of your nanoswarms... Both of your nanoswarms were fine.
Alarm bot out.
Here is the first molly. On the spike. And the second molotov went, you know, out of the map, but it's gonna be useful anyways. You didn't miss any... The second one lands south of the map. They can break the first landed in open. I don't understand, literally. Yeah, they can break this first nanoswarm. But still, they're not even close to the spike. Why would you activate it so soon? Yo, we'll see, man. Anyways, like, you know, this is a pretty common problem of most of the Sentinel players in Valorant that are playing Killjoy. Brother, you cannot win every round and every post plant by simply spamming your nanoswarms and playing on timing. It's impossible. Like, it is always better if you close out these type of rounds by simply fighting with your teammates and just abusing the numbers advantage that you got during the execute. Like, why would you sell your Tejo and Brimstone for a potential chance to win this round just on timer? It just doesn't make any sense. Do you feel like Sentinels may just be bad for low rank development? Absolutely. Like, the worst agents you can main below, like, below Platinum 1, especially below, like, Platinum 3. Diamond 1. Okay. Platinum 1. Below Platinum 1, like, I would never coach or recommend any player to touch any Sentinel in this stupid video game. Like, it is just, like, you're not gonna develop the skills that are required from you to actually rank up faster and to improve faster as a player. Chamber doesn't count. Chamber is a duelist. Like, any other role is like 10 times better for players' development. Even initiators, to be honest.
Swarm grenade out. Found them.
You see, now, when enemy Clove went into your alarm bot, that is when you should have activated the first nanoswarm. And then, you know, once that one expires, you activate a second one.
One enemy remaining.
Swarm grenade out.
Last player standing.
You know, this round right here should have been over like 15 seconds ago. We should have just fought with our Tejo from the backside, then killed the enemy Sage together with our Brimstone, and that's it. There was really no reason to play this type of a setup in this round where we had like a huge numbers advantage. And please don't buy the classic in the first round of Breeze. Now, in the second anti-eco round of Breeze, rules are very simple. If enemies are eco and Halby on a defender side of Breeze, this area of the map doesn't exist for you. You just do a fireman push onto A site again. Now, in the second round with Killjoy, you have a lot of buy options. You know, you can go for the Bulldog and Heavy Shield, which is pretty much the most optimal one. You can go for the Marshall, Heavy Shield, and the Ghost that you saved from the previous round. You can also go for the Outlaw Because anyways, you're probably gonna be playing a bit more passively, like, you know, you don't have a dash ability to go in anyways. But the most optimal buy option for you on Killjoy in this second anti-eco round on the attacker side is Bulldog, Heavy Shield, and the rest of the money you spend into your utility. So here, for an example, we have how much credits? How many credits? I have no idea. So in this one, you have 3,500. So you get a Heavy Shield, you get a Bulldog, and you get 2 Nanoswarms. And that's it. We can use the turret for the flanks and lurks in the aim and area of the map. Use the 1 Nanoswarm to open the sight to clear the angles and support our teammates. And then we can use the second Nanoswarm either for the post plant or for some future fights. In this one, we should definitely go A again. Like, pushing the A set in an antique round is far more consistent and easier rather than pushing B site. Please pick up the spike with yourself when you want to navigate your teammates, and you know, just don't let your random teammates during this 5-man executes control where the spike is gonna go. And when you want to go for the execute, you can just drop it in the choke point or drop it to one of your allies. I'm the Mal. I'll swim. So you're the Reyna, huh? Okay. What should we buy first round on Sova? It really depends which map you're playing. It really depends on the map. Like on Breeze, I would always go with a Shock Dart and a Bandit. Or Sheriff, straight up. Can you rank up without IGLing? Well, you can, obviously. You know, anyways, you know, what's the most important skill in ranked solo queue? You adapting on a micro level to every single bullshit that both your teammates and enemies are doing. That's mega important, that you develop that skill. But, you know, on the attacker side, you need to give your teammates some macro ideas of what we want to do, where we want to go, what's better to do. Like, for example, in this round, it literally doesn't make any sense to go B in an antique round on Breeze. And it's better to develop like a bit more unpredictable pattern of pushing, where we push the same side 3 rounds in a row, and then in a 4th round we do some kind of a fake or change in our setup. But on a micro level, like, you should only try to correct your teammates if they're doing something terribly wrong. For an example, your Brimstone gives you in the first round this and this smoke for the A set execute. You know, that's terrible. Or God forbid, now we push B and we get this type of a smoke setup in an anti-eco round. You know, okay, we want to do a 5-man push B right now. Okay, we can do it, no problem, you know, like, anyways, it's an anti-eco round, and as long as we play together, we're gonna win it, probably. So we need to tell our Brimstone, give us this smoke, and give us a one-way for the CT right here. Don't play alone in the first 4 rounds on the attacker's side. Play with a team, do the splits, do the executes with them, support them. Once you get the info, how enemies are playing on a defender's side, and where you can maybe get some solo picks, where you can maybe get some solo openings, and start lurking and playing alone, then do it. There is no reason for you to play alone right now. Also, in the I need to get serious here. In the second anti-eco round, on both attackers and defenders' side, there is never a moment of time where you buy the light shield at all. Like, the first thing you buy in the second anti-eco round is heavy shield. And then everything else. Then the weapon you want to play, then utility. You don't want to have a fucking light shield. What if the enemies force the bandit right now? You can literally die on 0 to 30 meters, like, from one headshot. Why? They buy a sheriff. On every range, they can one-tap you. And Breeze is a quite long-range map where sheriff is not that effective as on some of the other maps. But why would you do that to yourself? Like, the only time when you play a light shield in the second anti-eco round is when you want to play outlaw. And you don't have money to get a heavy shield. So you want to play Marshal in this second round. No problem. You can do it. Get a Marshal. Get a heavy shield. You have a Ghost from the first round. And get all of the utility. Now, listen. If you want to lurk through the mid area of the map and try to get a pick like this, first thing that you need to do, I have no idea what he's doing. Like, I don't know if he's gonna hold the mid. Like, let's just see. This is just completely unnecessary for this round that you're playing. Literally, there's no reason to do this type of play. Like, a much better idea was like, okay, you know, Marshal, heavy shield, Ghost, utility. Let's put this turret right here. I mean, you can just put it like this. It really doesn't matter. For the peak, you know, for the enemies push from behind, and for the elbow as well. Or you can simply use the alarm bot there. Our teammates want to go B. Brimstone, give me a smoke here. Give me a smoke here. Drop the nanoswarm to clear something. To prevent the enemies from peeking you somewhere. You know, whatever you think enemies might be playing at that moment of time. Maybe drop the nanoswarm there. Like, this nanoswarm clears this angle and prevents the enemies from playing on top of the box. You cleared 2 angles with 1 nanoswarm. The rest of the angles we can clear with the team, scale in, take the elbow, take the backside, and that's it. Why do we need to complicate this round? We have huge economy advantage. Enemies are fucked.
Recalling my bot. Recalling my bot.
Is the VOD of Silver 3? I guess I need to make some kind of a new design for the VOD reviews. Like, a lot of people don't... I don't know, like, literally... it's just there.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Okay, very good here that you didn't commit yourself into this 1v1 fight. There's no reason to take it. There's absolutely no reason to take it. Movement there was a bit of a problem. That's why we missed that shot. We need to know that down.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Drive it for here for the future VOD reviews. No, I'm just gonna make like a new design where on top of the chat, I'm gonna put the players like tracker and the rank. So that should be good. Better than this, you know, here. Now listen, you know, since the spike is planted for the window, and we have a Marshal, you know, we can just win this round by playing passively. There is really no reason to complicate this shit whatsoever. The only problem here is, like, you should put your turret for some kind of an information here. Like, basically, what you can do here is just do this turret and play from the window. And that's it. Or you can maybe play a bit deeper, like this. Just so that you can maybe support your Vele and, you know, don't let your teammates die for nothing. Like, basically, your job in this second anti-eco rounds is not only to win them. You want to win them with the least amount of casualties possible. So we have good bonus round weapons in the round number 3. And the enemies don't damage our economy so much. So even though, you know, we're gonna win this round even if we play passively and we just kill the enemies from the window, it is still better if we maybe support the Tejo and support the Waylay and just play with them. You can ask Fukushin for the one he had. Yeah, maybe, but I don't know if he's alive, to be honest. You know, Charlatan Nostradamus. Chat, look at the minimap. Look at the minimap, bro. Just look at this bullshit. Look at the Brimstone smoke setup in the second anti-eco round. I literally predicted that he's gonna do that shit, man. Like I said it before the round even started. But what the fuck is this smoke setup, bro? What the, where? Just where do you see these smoke setups? Like who like you watch some YouTube videos, you play Valorant, like how is it logical for you that you allow the enemies to close the gap with you when they're playing like with a shit weapons? So let me tell you something. On the A site, there's really nothing that, you know, you can do different. Like basically on the A site, you smoke this when you're doing a farm and push, and maybe you can drop some kind of a smoke like this or like this. Maybe. If you're playing some eco round, half by round, and you want to push A without being exposed from any of these angles. You want to do the A split. Smoke here, and maybe you can do a one-way on this box and that's it. Maybe. That's like an optional thing. You want to split B. With Brimstone, what you can do is like smoke this. We can smoke the bottom mid as well to cover the ass from your team, for your team, like this or like this, and you can just do a regular smoke in the CT and we just do a split on B. You're pushing B site. You only have like 2 or 3 smoke setups. So this and this smoke in full buy rounds, and when enemies are eco and half buy. This is a default smoke setup. This smoke setup when you're playing some kind of an eco or half buy. So you have low economy and you want to push on B. And optionally, you know, you can change this smoke and put it like this. If you don't want to be exposed from the backside. And you just want to play in the spike and that's it. Like, what the fuck is going on? Okay, this round should be over, like. There's no way we'll lose this.
One enemy.
Your weapon is
Okay. You see smokes like that even in low immortal. I know, like I just don't know, like you know, a lot of development players are watching esports, watching pro play, like, just where do you see the smokes? Like that's my question. Like, where do you see them, bro? Here, sorry for asking this, but could shit, bro? Like, let me just see. Sorry for asking. How to get access to the rank player by Twitch sub? You just need, so you sub on Twitch, and you need to connect your Discord account with your Twitch account in the Discord settings, and you'll get an automatic role on my Discord server for the playbook. I kept telling him to smoke somewhere else. Okay, Wukujin was making 10,000 a week. Was it 10,000 a week? I mean, he had like 1,800 subs. Around 1,800 subs now on Discord. It was more like around 30k monthly, I would say. But also, you know, you need to take into account YouTube as well, and Twitch and that type of stuff. So maybe. I don't know why did he quit, to be honest. Like, if some kind of a bullshit like that happened to me, I would literally just pull my cock out and shove it in the mouth of every single hater. Literally. Of course, like, I mean, it was... I don't know, like, literally, like the guy made so many good coaching videos, so many good guides, so many good tips and tricks. Like, literally, and the guy was such a positive force in Valorant community. Like, I don't know any other, like, content creator that was spreading, you know, that level of positivity and that level of content. I'm definitely not the one. Like, I say some vile shit during my gameplay and coaching and stuff. I don't give a fuck about being, you know, family friendly and that stuff. And not to mention, like, the amount of times I smurfed, like, from 2020 to 23 was too many times. But I stopped now, you know, like, I'm clean from smurfing for the last 3 years. Like, don't worry, I'm never gonna smurf again. Like, he's just a bit sensitive. That's why he crafted his community the way he did. Great guy, but doesn't like that kind of pressure. My brother, like, literally, you know, fuck you. I don't know. You know, the whole Valorant community is behaving like they're saints, man. Like, you are, you know, we are all like playing Valorant though. What the fuck is this? Wait. So we have a Spectre in the spawn. You also have a Marshall from the second round, and we are force buying in the third round. Listen, third round of rank of Valorant is a bonus round when you win the first one and the second one. So in the first one, we always full buy, obviously. You win the first one, second round is always the full buy. Then you win the second round, third round is the bonus round. Round where you're saving enough money so that in the fourth round, you can get a Vandal Phantom with a heavy shield and utility, or Odin Operator, whatever you want to play. So if you already saved a Marshall from the round number 2, you play Marshall in the round number 3. With a utility, heavy shield, what, you know, and that's it.
Gun here.
Once again, I don't fuck with this setup in the round number 3. Like, there is really no reason for you to touch in low elo the mid area of the map if enemy's defense is already horrible. Like, Sage literally didn't put a single wall on A site and B site during these 5-man executes. As a matter of fact, in the second round, B set was wide open. Now you're playing, you know, you should be playing a bit of a half buy bonus round. We should just do a 5-man push on B again. Save the money for the round number 4 and see how that is gonna work. Like, what, you know, why would you default and take the mid control if the 5-man, you know, 5-man executes work like this in the first 2 rounds? The more you complicate macro play in low elo lobbies, the less success you're gonna find. Like, literally like, in the first 4 to 6 rounds, try to navigate your teammates to play together as 5. Period. And here, you wasted an enormous amount of your economy. Brother, in this round, you should have played with a Marshall Ghost and Light Shield that you bought in a second round. And then in the next round, we full buy. Even if you're... First of all, you know, replenishing Light Shield for a heavy shield this early on in the match is just a nonsense. Just a waste of 1000 credits. You do that when you establish your economy and later during the match. And, I mean, we should be saving the money for the rest of the match.
Turret out.
Okay.
I got the spike.
Now listen, like, whenever you're doing some kind of a mid pressure like this, whenever you're getting like making some kind of a mid pressure, you should always put your turret or alarm bot for the areas of the maps that your teammates are not covering at that moment of time. So in this setup, like, you have four teammates mid, one teammate in the B main. So what should we do? Just put, you know, put alarm bot right here at the start of the round.
Alarm bot out.
You can still play, you know, mid. We can still use this turret to reveal the enemies on mid. As you're going onto the A site, alarm bot is still going to be active. We're going to know if enemies did something like this, or if they did something like this. That's it. Now, why are we leaving these areas of the maps open? Let's say, for an example, like, your teammates were mainly focused on mid and A.
Bot coming back.
Like,
My bot.
put the alarm bot here, so the enemies cannot, or here, even better, if they have a jet, and jet can updraft in the window. But, you know, it's in this elo, like, you can just do this.
Placing alarm bot.
And briefly, you know, cover that that fast flank and lurk as you're taking the mid with your teammates. And later on, you can just retrieve the
Coming back. Placing
alarm bot, put the turret for the flank, and just go. How long does it take to get used to 144 Hz instantly? Like, literally, you're gonna instantly get. Do you think i5 quad quad fix? How much FPS do you have in the game?
Recalling my bot.
Can enemy not get the timing on that turret if they insta walk down mid? That depends how fast you put it. Like, basically, you know, if enemies walk down mid, they need around like 7 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, around 6, you know, 7, 8 seconds. So, you know, if you instantly push mid like this and do this,
Turret out.
you can get the timing onto the enemies. And it's not a bad turret. You know, it gives you the info if enemies can cross down here. It gives you the info if enemies are maybe, you know, are doing something like this or playing in the tower. It's okay. You know, I have nothing against this turret. Also, when you're putting this turret, put it all the way towards the right side, like this.
Turret out.
So it sees just you know, a bit deeper into this area of the map here. But
Recalling
it's
my
okay
bot.
turret. Like, you know, good idea. It's fine. Whatever. Just in this round, I have no idea why we're complicating this round so much. Like, literally, brother, if the 5-man executes are working in the first 2 rounds, you notice that enemies have shit defense. You know, they're not putting any pressure whatsoever. As a matter of fact, like, enemies have a shit team composition to defend on Breeze. Like, they have nothing to actually stall your executes, to stop your executes, or, you know, F you up in any way. Just do 5-man pushes, man. I mean, look at our Brimstone. Like, our Brimstone just did these 3 smokes to do the fake on B side. But what type of fake is this? Like what am I watching here, bro? Like, he smoked the choke point for the enemies without any info. 90 to 140. That should be more than enough to get even Radiant, to be honest. You know, this is what I'm talking about. Like, this round is just unnecessary complication. I don't know why would you do this shit. Even if the Brimstone is not listening to you. But you can just play with the Brimstone, the rest of four of you guys. You can just play with him and do whatever execute you want to do. Or just 4 of you do some kind of an execute together. Like, the more time you spend in this mid area of the map, and the more time you spend defaulting on Breeze early on, the higher are the chances that your teammates are going to make some kind of a mistake. Like, in the first 4 to 6 rounds, like, really try to organize at least 4 or 5 of your teammates to play together as 5 and just do the basic executes. You'll just find far more success than, you know, being surprised by the random Jet and Reyna peek in doors and 4 of you guys die like this, which is kind of stupid. It was also a bit of an, very good timing by the enemies. Like, your turret kind of distracted you here a bit. I understand. The Sage peeked the top mid and then Reyna and Jet swung together, so you were not really ready for the Reyna and Jet fight.
Last player standing.
Okay.
You got the.
This round should have been our first full buy round. Now, choosing Marshall as a half buy option on Breeze is fine. Absolutely no problem whatsoever. Anyways, with a Killjoy, you're definitely not gonna use a Stinger, Spectre, Judge, Bucky, Shorty, and those type of weapons. So you can go for the Bandit. If you want to save more money, go for the Sheriff, Marshall. It's really up to what you prefer. Personally, I prefer the Bandit. I don't know, I really fell in love with the Bandit, and because of the accuracy of the first 2 bullets, and the weapon is kind of like a bit of a bullshit. Like, it's sometimes you can just hit some shots that are, should not be possible. But of course, sometimes, like, with a Bandit, you even when you shoot a direct shot into the enemy's head, you can go to the other server. Listen, if your team has no plan whatsoever, just tell them to do something. Some kind of a plan is better than no plan at all. And all 5 of you guys are just bunny hopping around, and we don't know what to do until the last second of a preparation phase. Guys, let's go A, let's go B. That's it. And anyways, in the first 4 rounds of Valorant in ranked solo queue should be the learning rounds for you. In the first 4 rounds, like, you should be the most mentally and physically present in the game, especially if you want to play Sentinels. Like, you need to be noting down physically and mentally, where are the enemies, how are the enemies playing, how are they positioning, which utility they're using. If you want to find good moments of time to go for the solo plays. Like, in this match, we know that Jet and Reyna are the A players. We know that Clove is the B player. Harbor changes his position left and right, like, one round he's A, other round B. We have no idea where's the Harbor. And Sage was mostly the mid player. And we knew that from the first round as well, when they went for a retake. We knew that she's more towards the, left side of the map. Brother, Reyna and Jet defending the A set alone. What are they gonna do? I mean, the only thing they can do is kill you. But we still have a Reyna Flash. We have Veiley to go in. Tejo to reveal them. Tejo rockets. Your turret, Nanoswarms. Brimstone Molotov. And smokes. So a much better idea in this round is, once again, let's go A. As long as the Sage is not placing her wall anywhere on the map. I mean, at least for the aim area of the map. Don't use this turret to cover the flanks and lurks when your teammates are going B. As a matter of fact, like, this turret is pretty bad if you place it here. So what is the problem of this turret? The problem is, like, if you need to scale out further into the site to play with your teammates, the turret deactivates already here. And also, if you need to maybe go for some solo play in the elbow, you know, once again, turret goes down. Like, it's much better if you want to use the turret for the flank and lurk in this area of the map. Just do it here, like this.
Placing sentry.
It will give you the deep info if enemies are going through this area of the map. Not really deep, but already here enemies are going to be revealed. And also, if enemies want to go for this type of a play, turret is going to reveal them. And you have a turret all the way up here. So if your teammates want to be hyper aggressive, they want to fight the enemies in the CT, in the B-Link, you can consistently fight with them and live with a peace in mind that your flank is covered. And that enemies, enemies can cross this turret if they, like use perfect smoke for it. But in this heal up, that's probably not going to happen. Or, simply use the alarm bot
Coming back.
right here and just
Alarm bot out.
go.
Placing sentry.
Also, if you already want to use this turret for the flank and lurk, for some reason, put it in this corner, like this. Why?
Turret out.
So that it has deeper vision onto the elbow. It just reveals the enemies from the elbow, like, 0.3 seconds earlier. Sometimes that can matter, like, why not? Get the most out of your utility. Every inch matters. In this round, your idea to peek the window. I don't know about this, man. Like, window peek on breeze is equally dangerous as window peek on Haven. Like, just dry peeking this window is not worth it unless you have a teleport dash ability or some escape tool. Or you're not peeking with some kind of ability. It's just not worth it. Enemies have... If they hold this angle, you should be dead like 9 out of 10 times. So basically, like, avoid this type of a peek. Unless... Why have you not bought Spotify Premium? What do you mean? What? So basically, you can maybe do this type of a peek with Operator and try to contest the enemies and get a frag. But usually, what you want to do is like jump spot the enemies first, get the info, and then swing the enemies. I heard ads. Or maybe my Spotify Premium like expired. Fuck. I'll buy it tomorrow. Sorry, chat. Today you're gonna have to listen to the Spotify ads. Sorry, bro. I don't know how the Spotify ads even sound, man.
I got the spike.
I love how much noise we're making when we are rotating around. Like literally, enemies don't need to second guess anything. Like enemies always know where we are going. Like shifting is not allowed.
Recalling my bot.
While you were going towards the A site, you should have put the alarm bot
Calling my bot.
for this position right here. So we know that enemies, cannot flank, lurk, and
Placing alarm
backstab
bot.
us. Clear every single angle before you go for a spike plant. Whenever you go from one location to another, clear every position like an enemy will be there and can be there. You were going from B towards the A. Clear mid, place your crosshair there. Check this position, this position, this position. Put the alarm bot. Check this, check this, check this, check this. Jump spot the backside, and then go for the spike plant.
Spikes down.
Don't play the passive post plants if your teammates are not gonna play the passive post plants. This nanoswarm is just a waste. We can maybe use it to F up the enemies if they get stuck behind some cover, or to delay their retakes. For an example, right now we have all of the utility available. We should have dropped this alarm bot
Recalling my bot.
right here for the flank and lurk.
Placing alarm bot.
We can use the turret up here
Turret out.
to scout for the enemies. And we can play on the turret's contact to peek the enemies and kill them. If enemies get stuck, maybe, let's say behind this box right there, you can drop a nanoswarm
Placing
onto the box,
swarm grenade.
and now enemies are gonna be forced to move. Okay, that's a shit nanoswarm, obviously. Like, you can just throw it like this.
Swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
They're gonna be forced to get out. Enemies are only going through the doors. We can literally just bombard the enemies
Swarm grenade.
with nanoswarms and delay their retakes a bit. I don't know why, or you end up in some kind of a 1v2, for an example. With nanoswarms,
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
you can maybe isolate the fights. Especially in low elo. Low elo players are very, very scared of doing this type of a play. They behave towards this Molotov like it's gonna damage them in real life. And they cannot pick a good timing to F you up. So, don't tunnel vision yourself too much on your passive utility usage. Like, use it in both passive and aggressive way, depending on what type of situation enemies in your team has put you in.
Placing alarm bot.
Like, wouldn't it be easier for you in this round, as soon as you planted the spike, that you focus on playing with your girlfriend and not let her die alone? But what type of boyfriend are you, man? Like, what the fuck, bro? You let your woman die alone in the A-Link of Valorant. In the doors. Crazy, bro. Fuck these, like, nanoswarms, man. Like, support GF immediately, man. Drop this turret up here, so we get the vision of the enemies there. Get on this position with a marshal. Be ready to refrag your woman and to play with her. Then we can maybe use the nanoswarms to delay the enemies a bit
Swarm grenade out.
and pick some better fights. Halftime gamble. Okay, I'll give you a halftime gamble, but I don't know how many kills he's gonna get, to be honest. How many kills at a half? My dude is crazy, bro. Crazy, bro. I'm an independent woman. Respect. Respect. I need to put this button here. Ooh. Yeah, I think I broke it. Just a second. How many seconds does Killjoy mollies need to kill? I don't know, man. Like, probably you need to tank like at least 80% of one molly. Like, you'll need to spend at least 2.5 seconds or 3 seconds in that Molotov to kill you completely. Brimstone molly is like really good. That shit really bursts your health. But Killjoy molly, I don't know. Like, I think it's around 2.5 seconds. Like, you need to stand in it to be dead if you're not impaired.
Placing alarm bot. Placing
And what now? So not only did you leave your Tejo to Jesus Christ, like Tejo right now is like, Killjoy, brother, domo arigato. I'm gonna clutch this one. And like, but also when the Tejo dies, you're gonna be 4 versus 1. I mean 1 versus 4. How are we gonna win this?
sentry.
Last player standing.
And you cannot position like this if you have no idea if enemies took an inch of the aim in area of the map. Like if you already wanted to play, you know, some kind of a passive setup here,
Bot coming back.
we should have used our turret for the aim in like this. I mean, yeah, for the aim in and for the spike. And just hold our back with a marshal. When the turret activates, then you need to flick and you need to fight up front.
Standing.
But the problem of your gameplay on the attacker side is that you're so tunnel visioned on this passive playstyle of Killjoy and Sentinels that literally, like, you don't give a fuck what your teammates are doing, how many enemies are alive. Can you even win the round by playing passively? Like, you need to be more focused on team play and playing with your allies.
We're not.
How do we play Marshall again? You have 4,000 credits. Last round was an eco round. This round we buy a Vandal with a heavy shield or a Vandal light shield and utility. I mean, Vele is buying.
Can I get this?
Listen, let me tell you something. So basically, in ranked solo queue, if 2 or 3 of your teammates are full buying, so 2 or 3 teammates are full buying, you always full buy with them. But you cannot play 2 half buy rounds or eco rounds in a row. Like, there should never be a moment of time in your gameplay where 2 rounds in a row you play with a Marshal and Light Shield. How is that possible? Why did we save the money in the last round if you're gonna be saving the money again in this round?
We're not equal.
Okay, fast 5-man push on A, finally. As already mentioned, like, you know, in this elo, it is a bit better idea when you're doing the 5-man executes if you use the alarm bot as a tool to reveal the flanks and lurks, and you use the turret as a tool to aggress the enemies and fuck them up and reveal them on the bomb site. The reason is very simple, like, only God knows what type of executes you're gonna be getting from your Vele in this match, what type of smokes we're gonna be getting from the Brimstone. At least the turret is gonna attack the enemies, reveal them, they're gonna have to shoot it, we can play on the turret contact, and the list goes on. Also, listen, if the strategy is to walk up somewhere, to shift up, to play on contact, as soon as one of your teammates makes a footstep, you run. You just go. Now, we should just be... What are we holding? Let's go. Oh, what is the smoke setup from the... Listen, if you're smoking the bridge right here, this position right here, the middle of the site, always put the smoke up here. Because then that smoke properly covers the tower as well. You need to correct these micro mistakes from your controllers, like, they can fuck you up a lot. If it is possible.
Spike carrier is dead.
This turret that you're doing here is absolutely useless. Like, this turret has no purpose whatsoever.
Spike down A.
Ah, this turret for the flank. Okay, sorry. Play a bit faster with your team, man. Like, I don't know why at the start of this round you were walking while your teammates are literally just running it down. Go with them. You know, you cannot lose your Brimstone this fast without a refrag.
Spike carrier is dead. Turret
Spike down.
Antonio Professional! How are you, Professional? Newton, what's man? So we tried to explain to Brimstone 3 times why they're bad smokes, and he said, I don't care. He's probably Indian. Stop. Listen, one tip when it comes to scaling out through the aim and area of the map. So, first things first. When you're scaling out with non-movement agents through this smoke, it is always a bit better idea for you to scale out first left, to take this cover, and then move right towards this position, so that we avoid a random spam. You know, most players, when they're spamming through this smoke, they're gonna spam like this or like this. You know? Very rarely they're gonna spam the middle. So you first want to move through the middle, like this, get out, instantly get behind this cover, and then as your teammates are going right, you just follow them up right, and try to take the right side of the site. And your number one priority, whenever you're taking the space on A site, is the following. This is the sector number 1 that we need to clear. This is the sector number 2, and everything else is just optional. You need to hyper-focus yourself on getting this control, and that none of your teammates are dying for nothing. Once we take these 2 sectors, then we can do whatever. And very, very rarely, you know, in some eco rounds, halberd rounds, where let's say you have a bandit or sheriff or something like that, you can maybe try to scoot into one of these smokes and try to go for a surprise play. Especially if you have numbers disadvantage or something like that. Now, if you already want to improvise with your alarm bot on the side somewhere, put it like this, you know? So that enemies cannot do this, and they also cannot do this without alarm bot spotting them. Put it right here. Cover both of these choke points. But once again, in your elo, it is much, much better if you're using alarm bot to cover the flank and lurk, and you're using the turret exactly for this. To get a contact with the enemies on site, to stag them and to play on the turret contact and have them up. Please stop preparing your post-plan setups before you see how we're gonna play this post-plan. Enemies are just fighting your teammates right now. Your teammates are dying. There's 2 enemies at the backside. Fight the fights, and then, you know, if your teammates like go in the A main, then drop the setups for the post plant. Don't be so tunnel visioned on this passive playstyle, man. Like, this is destroying you, and it's gonna destroy you in a lot of matches. Not to mention that you're fully exposed, you know, from the doors, and now you died like this. Stop with this bullshit. You know, like, very good. We took the front side control. We have an alarm bot, like, at least for the middle of the site, if nothing else. We have a turret for the flank and lurk. Okay, fine. Whatever. Just, you know, this turret is a bit useless because this is blocking the vision of the turret. So if you're putting the turret for the flank, put it here so it can actually see, you know, deep. You know, jumps for this angle. Your Vele is fighting. Fight with the Vele while Tejo is planting the spike. Jumps for the... Aha, Jet is there. Let's go for a dead zone peek. Let's take a fight. Enemies get stuck behind this box. Let's try to maybe push them out. Let's try to kill them. You don't need to use this type of a setup in every round. It's an okay Nanoswarm setup, you know, like... Good, not bad. Decent. But there's more to the Killjoy's utility than just, you know, this snooze fest of a playstyle where you end up in the A main and you do this in a 1 versus 3, 4, 5. No, I know that they cannot break it, but how do you know that this post plant is actually going to be the post plant that you're going to play? You don't know. We're 3 versus 4. Like, enemies are just shooting at your teammates at the back. We need to fight with them. You need, like, just a second. Your economy management is absolutely dog shit. I just can't emphasize it anymore, to be honest. Like, how do you play 4 out of 6 rounds with a Marshall and Light Shield? How is that possible? Like, what are we saving the money for? The problem is it's you know, it's the replay system, so I don't know really the economy and then if our teammates are buying or not. But brother, you play an eco round in order to full buy in the next round. Your teammates are forcing, you force up with them. Your teammates are buying, you buy with them. Your teammates are saving, you save enough money so that you can buy in the next round together with them, but you can still spend some money, extra credits. 3 rounds in a row with a Marshall and Light Shield. That's crazy. The problem is, it's, you know, it's a replay system, so I really don't know what these guys are buying and what they have, but yeah. Fuck this turret. This turret is absolutely dog shit if you're doing the fireman execute on B side. Like this round, your teammates are buying Vandal Heavy Shield utility. Let's go, guys. Let's fuck them up. Put a alarm bot right here. Jump spot this angle for your teammates. Run in front of them. You know, first we clear this angle. We're always ready for the enemy's peek there. We put this alarm bot. Jump spot the elbow to see if any enemies are going through the elbow. Go with your teammates here. Jump spot this angle. Your teammates are ready for the execute. Drop this molly to cover that angle. You can drop this turret as you're going out. Scale towards the elbow. Clear the elbow. Alone or together with your teammates. Check this corner. Check the backside. Take the backside control. Take the full side control. Tell your Brimstone to give you a smoke here and here. The round is over. If enemies are stuck in any of these positions, like here, you can just, you know, easily, bam, fuck up that guy. If enemies are applying the pressure from there, maybe you can do some jiggle throw and push them back, I don't know. But peeking the window is a Sudoku play. Doing it without any utility and any information. It's just not worth it.
I got the spike.
So basically, right now, we should have had the info that enemy jet is elbow. Because we should have jump spotted the jet. We should have had the alarm bot for the flank and lurk. We should have been ready to scale out onto site with our independent woman Reyna, putting the turret in front of us to act as a 6th man. And we should be clearing the left side of the site together with our teammates. Anyways, like, you know, your main priority on the B set of Breeze is to do this Formula 1 circle. Take the full elbow control, take the backside, take the site, and then we just play a post plant, you know, depending how our teammates want to play, like either from the broken wall, from the site, from the elbow. Really depends, you know, how your team is positioned on the site. Like all of these positions are fine, if your depending if your teammates are playing passively or aggressively. Orange smoke setup. I mean, okay, whatever. Like, if Brimstone don't want to listen, it's fine. I really hope that you told your teammates and that you yelled at your microphone that someone is behind us. The turret just... the turret doesn't have a range even for this type of a play. Right?
Bot coming back. Turret out.
It's a shit turret. You know, for the flank and lurk. The only turret that you can do
Bot coming back.
when you're doing a 5-man push on B is this one right here. Like, close to this. So basically, you know, you want this turret to see as deep as possible into the T-spawn. So basically, you put it somewhere around this position. So the enemies cannot
Sentry.
hug this wall and get into the window. And obviously, enemies cannot, you know, push the turret and go behind you. There's no other turrets. Every other turret is just way too risky,
Bot coming back.
and is gonna expire as you're taking the space in the on the B side. Like you really need to be very mindful with your Killjoy setups on the attacker side on every map. Like what you're always trying to achieve is what we are trying to achieve with the previous like chamber setups. Like you want your utility to be as viable as possible, no matter in what type of situation your team has put you on the bomb site. So basically you want to put it like, you cannot have a, let's say, alarm bot here if you're gonna lurk up through the elbow, or if your team is doing a 5-man push on B. You want to extend your utility, so no matter if your team is want to play aggressively, passively, engage the enemies in the CT, link, backside, you need to have the option to play with them. You just have to have that option. Let's say, for example, I don't know, on which map Killjoy is a common right now play? Haven, huh? Okay, Haven is not that... I mean, like, on Haven. Like, on Haven, you never put your turret here when you're pushing A, or here. That's stupid. You always put your turret here. Why? So you can play as deep as possible. You know, you put this turret, you cannot play this position, you cannot push CT, and you can not play under the tower. Maybe you end up in that position, I don't know. You don't know as well. During the execute. That's why we put the turret always in this cubby right here. For the flank and lurk. You're pushing C set for an example. You don't put your alarm bot for the C push here. You put it here. You know? Basically, you need to have the option to play with your teammates all the way on the bomb set. Or you simply use your turret like this. For the flank and lurk. And now you're able to play backside, to play this position with your teammates. And to fight for more space. Same shit on Breeze as well. You need to extend your utility a bit forward. Also, the timing of that jet push was pinnacle, man. Like the harbor wall protected the jet while our turret was going down, and then she peeked the wall exactly when the turret went down. I mean, I would like to say unlucky, but it's not unlucky. Like, it's just the turret position is just bad. Thankfully, our Indian Brimstone, you know, Indian power. Please stop using these early nanoswarms, man, like, and focusing on the passive postline setup, like, analyze the map a bit, see how you're gonna play, and you should never overstack the spike with utility. You know? Like, it's okay. Like, if you cannot hide your nanoswarms, like, put, you know, alarm bot on top of the spike somewhere. Like here, for an example. Put a nanoswarm here. Alarm bot goes out. Use one nanoswarm. And then with a jiggle throw or some lineup, put the second nanoswarm on top of the spike. Holy shit, we're already like 2 hours into this VOD review. What the fuck am I doing, bro? Like, let's speed up this.
Swarm grenade. Alarm bot out. Placing swarm.
Obviously, in this post plan, the best idea would be to play passively. Brimstone has a Molotov. Brimstone has an ultimate. We have nanoswarms. Like, you know, if you have this type of a setup, plus maybe the Tejo rockets, we don't need a bomb site control. And to be honest, like, with this team composition, we can literally just be we can literally just plant the spikes with this type of a smoke setup, like on B site. Just a second. And on A site, like this, and just literally play from the A main and B main 24/7. Like, we have 2 Tejo rockets, 2 Killjoy nanoswarms, Brimstone Molotov. Like, literally, we just, I don't know how enemies can defuse the spike, like, unless they fight us aggressively.
Grenade.
So this is the round where you should have played passively, for an example. Like, but now he decided to play aggressively.
One enemy remaining.
Kill. Very good kill, very good kill.
Choose your agent.
Oh, choose your agent. Listen, when you're using Marshall in the full buy rounds, so enemies have the heavy shields and stuff. In low elo, basically in between Iron 1 and Diamond 3. But you can do this across every rank.
Actually think they can beat
You don't need to focus yourself to always go for the headshots. Like, it is just far more efficient when you're using Marshall in these full buy rounds. If you consistently have the cover for your body, and you can go for the quick scopes like this, and just hit the enemy's body over and over again. The only times you should go for a headshot with Marshall is if you're confident that, you know, you're gonna hit a head, and then basically you have plenty of time to aim and correct yourself. And the second time is like, if you have no cover and enemies engage you in a 50-50 fight, take your time, go for the headshot, and that's it. But going for the body shot with Marshall is like 90% of times better, rather than trying to hit a head. The ads are back. What does the ad say, bro? What does the ad say? Buy Spotify Premium. Now. We got the Phantom! Yes, sir! Full buy round. No more Marshall. Okay, now when it comes to Killjoy's ultimate, I'm not gonna lie. Killjoy's ultimate is pretty useless on Breeze for bomb set executes. Especially on the A set, like, Killjoy ultimate doesn't do absolutely nothing. Like, no matter where you place it, it's a bit of 50-50, and then, you know, using the Killjoy's ultimate for A site is whatever. You know, it's not that useless, but maybe a bit better idea if you go A, for an example, with the Killjoy's ultimate is to use it like once you take the site. So to delay the enemy's retake or to pressure them a bit more. On the B site, you know, it's even more useless, to be honest, than on A site. Like, there's nowhere where you can place it to take some significant space for your team. So on this map, when you're using a Killjoy's ultimate, you should mainly use it once we take some initial space from the enemies. If you need to fight for more space, or to just delay the enemies, you know, retakes, and then secure the post plants. I don't know what type of fetish you have with this B window, and why you dislike playing with your teammates. I don't know. I smell okay, you know, like Brimstone. He's Indian though, but okay. Just please play insta ban. Play with your teammates a bit more. You know, like why are you starting so passively? Why do you play alone so much? Enemies have shit team composition. Let's just play with our allies. You're Brimstone with a spike. Your Brimstone with a spike is engaging enemies aggressively in this duel in the B main area of the map. Maybe he's gonna send this spike towards the elbow. Come on, bro. Come on. Leave my Indian homies in peace. Sorry, man. I just watched too many WestJet videos. Like, I can't. I just can't, bro. Turning into a full-on racist mode. I'm just kidding, bro. I think that 30% of our community is made out of Indians. It's 30%. Like India, Germany, and USA. That's like maybe 70% of our community.
Placing sentry.
So, you wanna lose your Brimstone like that. And your spike. When you do this type of a play, and you let your teammates to swing that angle alone, without a refrag potential, without supporting them, you're just telling me, and telling yourself, I'm willing to trust this Brimstone, with a spike, with his peak, and I'm willing to let him do whatever the fuck he wants. Personally, I'm not willing to do that. And I wouldn't trust my random silver, gold, bronze, iron Brimstone that doesn't know how to smoke properly the bomb sites in 2026. So, this round. How should we start this round? Okay. Our spike carrier is going through the beam and area of the map. Let's support him. Let's clear this angle together. Once we clear this angle, we can put alarm bot, jump spot the enemies in the elbow. Brimstone wanna sense it. Jump spot this angle for the Brimstone and be ready to peek these angles together with him. For some reason, he wanna push without the smokes. Drop this turret as a 6-man to reveal the enemies. Check this corner, this corner. We can maybe scale out right, scale out left, fight with him. That would have been him, by the way, if he peeked window. That's also true, to be honest. Like, you know, I don't know what type of fetish he has for the window. Like, the window peek on Breeze is mega giga dangerous. Like, this window peek is just an instant death if you do it alone, if you do it without the jump spot, or if you do it without any utility. It is the same shit as the window peek in mid of Haven on the attacker's side.
Sentry.
Spike down B.
If you're running, don't swing this elbow angle like this. Jump spot it first, get the info if any enemies maybe came a bit closer, or got onto some of these off angles, and then swing it. You know, right now you peeked with this type of a crosshair placement and movement. What if the enemy jet was already here? There. She's holding you, she hears you, she's ready for the fight, she's ready with a crosshair placement, and you're not ready. And you're losing your time micro-correcting, and only God knows how you're gonna micro-correct, considering your current mechanical skill. Jump spot the angles, and then take a fight. Angle clearing, 0 points. You need to work on this a bit more. Like, first of all, you need to apply more of the jump spot mechanic when you're just running it down to get information and reveal the enemies. And second of all, you need to be jiggle peeking the enemies on all of these common positions with a better crosshair placement and better movement. I don't know, like you kind of just went here. I mean, you can just see how you cleared this area of the map. You didn't even consider that an enemy can maybe be holding you here. Crosshair placement for the tower, not good at all. It should be somewhere here. Then you need to clear this position as well. And then this position with a jiggle peek. My dude turned into a Diamond Ascendant player for a second. Okay, not really a Diamond Ascendant, but you know.
My ultimate is ready. Placing swarm grenade.
Last player.
Why do you swing an operator like that? Okay,
My
listen.
ultimate is ready.
This idea to back off was like okay, but the problem is like, you know, we are 2 versus 4. We know that enemy Sage and enemy Jet are on the A site based on our, you know, teammate's death. You know, like Sage killed the Reyna, Jet killed one of your teammates in the doors, and we know that the last 2 enemies are top mid. Like in this type of a 2 versus 4, you need to force this type of a fight. Like we need to kill the Clove and Harbor before the Jet and Sage reconnect with them. So you should, in this type of, like, these are, you know, the rare moments of time in your gameplay where you simply need to force 50-50s or create these 50-50s to somehow work in your favor. Like, for an example, we have a Tejo to support us right here. We know that Clove is somewhere
Recalling my boss.
in this area of the map.
My boss.
We know that Harbor with the operator is there. Let's drop this Molotov
Placing swarm
onto
grenade.
Harbor.
Swarm grenade out.
Harbor cannot peek us. Let's swing the Clove and try to kill the Clove here before the molly expires. Once the molly expires, we can jump spot the Harbor to see where the fuck is he and to make him miss the shot and then run him down together with Tejo. Okay, you don't want to fight that aggressively. You have the info that 2 enemies are here, 2 enemies are here. You want to escape, run. Let's go. Let's go B immediately. And let's just be ready to fight the Harbor right here. Let's jump spot this angle. Let's maybe jump spot this angle to bait out his shot and then take a fight. Now, in this 1v1 against Harbor, idea to drop the Molotov was okay. But once you,
Swarm grenade.
you know, once you deploy this Molotov and you heard the Harbor jumping towards the right side,
Swarm grenade.
you should have jump spotted the angle first to bait his shot. Once he misses the shot, he's dead. That's your fight to win. And holding this push and holding this angle was fine. You know, like a lot of the players in these low elo lobbies, they only see the blood in their eyes. And they're just gonna be fighting you and fighting you and fighting you and fighting you and fighting you even more. And just fighting and fighting and fighting. But one of the best ways how you can hold this angle, especially in the lower elo lobbies, is like this. So, only half of your body is exposed for that Harbor. So he needs to be mega precise in order to kill you with the operator right now. It's a very unnatural body posture. Like, not a lot of players are going to be ready for that type of a hold. And especially when the angles are curved like this, where you can literally hide half of your body behind the wall, this is a pretty good angle holding technique. Like, chances that enemies hit your body are 50%, basically. Or head, because half of your body is hidden behind the wall, basically. And you just, you know, Focus on proper crosshair placement, delete that enemy, and that's it.
Placing swarm grenade.
But you even saw this guy picking, like... You should have just used the nano swarm, jump spot him, bait his shot out, and he is dead. He cannot run away because of the nano swarm. Easiest kill of your life.
Last player.
Why the hell are we not just pushing together like in this match? Like literally, it is so easy winning the games in low elo by just pushing together. No, the Marshall again. You need to change how you manage your economy. There's no way that you play Marshall so much, man. How many credits do we have in this round? You have 6,000. Okay, this is actually Tejo. You have 6,000 credits in this round. 6,000 credits in this round. You can do 2 full buys in a row. You can lose this round and the next round and still have a full buy. Why are you playing with a Marshall? In these type of situations, even if your teammates are saving money, you should not save it. You can be the hero rifle. They can maybe clutch up this round and win it for team. Once again, same mistake, same setup. I don't know, man. You need to take a look into your economy management. Like, you're lowering the chances of you winning the rounds simply because of poor economy management. You played Marshall in 5 out of 8 rounds on the attacker's side with a light shield. That is impossible. This peak is mega dangerous. Don't do it. Play with your teammates. Go into the beam and clear the beam and clear the elbow. Change the turret position. Be ready to... Always be ready to jump spot this angle for your teammates and get the information for them, and this one right here as well.
Placing alarm bot. Turrets destroyed.
Into the deep.
Last player standing.
I don't think you could have done anything better like in this round, to be honest. Considering you had a Marshall and we were like 3v5, I really don't see anything that you could have done to maybe win this round. Like the only solution in this round that the only thing that you should have maybe done is try to take the full backside control. Try to reach this position, jump spot the enemies, and then try to force these long-range fights with a Marshall before the enemies close the gap with you, but... I don't know why we're saving so much money.
Worked in the past.
Okay, so let's say for an example, team play is not possible. You need to make some kind of a solo play. What type of a solo play we can do right now? First thing that we know about the enemies is that whenever we push B, there's always someone in elbow doing an aggressive play. We can simply wait for that guy and get him out of the server. Next thing that we know about the enemies is that they're rotating super fast. So maybe we can take the mid control deep right here and simply based on timing and sound, try to backstab the enemies and try to kill them. But still, you know, doing the 5-man pushes here will be the best idea because literally the enemy's defense is horrible. Yeah. This is a lot of info for you. And now you heard the enemy Clove running it down mid. Based on that info, you should have started taking more space in the elbow and trying to get a timing to do something. Maybe to backstab this glove, maybe to get into the B-link, maybe to get onto the tower. Like when you're making solo plays, you're taking the space based on what your teammates are doing, based on info that you have from the previous rounds, and based on the sound. We know that Jett and Reyna are mainly the A players. Every single round they played A. Every single round they played doors, A main, every single round. We know that Clove and Harbor are mid and B players. Now, we are like 90% certain, based on that info, that there's one guy B, one guy mid, and potentially two guys mid, and one more guy A. 4 men push B, or try to instantly pick some shifting timing to get into top mid and make some kind of a play. Who do you think is winning, NRG or MIBR? I really don't care. Both teams are fine, you know? Maybe I would give NRG a bit of an edge. I would say NRG like 51%, MIBR like 49%.
Alarm bot out.
Did Fnatic lose like 3-0 against Liquid?
Time out. Alarm bot out.
Once again, you have this problem like where you shift when you should not be shifting. Brother, if your teammates are just doing a full-on execute on the B side and they're running it down with a spike, start running. Go, go, go. Put alarm bot for this trial and push here or the turret. Go. And your number one priority should be clearing the elbow and bomb site clockwise as soon as possible.
Alarm bot out. Time out. Got one. Initiated.
This ultimate was okay. You know, I can fuck with this ultimate for the post plant. Why not? I mean, our Reyna has the window and full flank with a alarm bot. We have a turret. Sure, we can delay the enemy's retake for like 12 seconds and maybe pressure them a bit more. Why not?
Placing swarm.
Where are you going, my man? Like, you really don't need to focus so much on placing your nanoswarms. Like, relax, G.
Bomb. Ah, turret down.
One enemy remaining.
Area's clear.
Okay, I mean, like, now enemy Reyna is just giving you full info. This is a round over. Listen, like, whenever you know the location of an enemy, so you know it based on some info gathering tool, based on audio, you should almost always be the one engaging the enemies. Like, you should be the one peeking them with A and D keys, and with a dead zone mechanic and with a jiggle peek or wide swing, you know, however you want. You should never be waiting for enemies to swing you and use their peeker's advantage and maybe fuck up your crosshair placement. You should be the one engaging them. Like, listen. So, you just heard the enemy Reyna stomping here with a W key. These are the moments of times when you want to surprise the enemies and go for a fight. While they're pressing the W key. While they're not ready for a fight. So once you came to this angle, you should have just positioned yourself like this, and then bam. Surprise the Reyna with a peek. Abuse your own peeker's advantage to kill her while she's in this movement mode of taking the space. Also in this round, like, you don't even need to engage this Reyna. You know, you heard the Reyna basically going through the backside. You could have done something like this. Get onto this off angle. Reyna is stomping at the backside. Take the free kill. So in this type of 1v1 fights, you usually have like 3 different options. Either you F up the enemies with your utility somehow, go for the pop flash, I don't know, drop a molly here, and deny that passage for the Reyna completely and play passively, you know, connect with your own Reyna. Option number 2, be ready to swing the enemies on timing with proper movement and crosshair placement, and just completely F them up. Or the option number 3, if you have some kind of a good off angle, or you can rotate the enemies around based on the information that you have. Keep your location a secret and let that enemy guess. Also, option number 4, if you already want to hold the enemy's peak, hold it from some kind of an off angle or safer position. Don't commit yourself into a 50-50 fight then. You know, here for an example, it is much better if you hold the enemy's Reyna peak like this maybe. Jiggle in, jiggle out. Try to fuck up her crosshair placement a bit, and peeker's advantage. Get onto this angle. For an example. Wait behind the box, and once again, as the Reyna is pressing the W key, go for a surprise peek, and kill her. All of these options are far, far better than just standing still and holding this angle and praying to God that you're gonna hit this shot before the Reyna deletes you with a peeker's advantage. What do I do if my aim is inconsistent? You do the one for all aim training, brother. Here you go. Every single day for 2 months.
Player standing.
Doctor's prescription, bro.
Keep it cool. That's how you survive.
Can we start the round? Listen, on Breeze, like, whenever you have 2 or more teammates going through the mid area of the map, always play with them and support them. They have the highest chances of dying. You know, our whole team is concentrated towards the A site and mid. Drop the alarm bot right here at the start of the round. Take the mid control. You can also maybe drop a nanoswarm here to prevent the enemy's peek through the doors. Drop this turret right here so the enemies cannot scale down bottom mid, and we reveal them in the window. And let's see what's gonna happen, you know. But your teammates cannot die like that, especially if there is a chance that enemies have the operator. Whenever your teammates are going mid, drop a molly. Pop a molly onto the doors. Don't even risk it. And scale out from the right side. They can still die, but, you know, at least we try to do something proactively, if nothing else. Okay, that Reyna Lear, enemy Reyna Lear, gave you enormous amount of info. Like now you have the info that enemies pushed way too deep into the A site. And you have 2 options. Either we wait for the enemies that are pushing aim in and try to fuck them up, or we speed up onto the B site and try to do something on B. But a much better idea, you know, in these type of situations where the enemies take a lot of space from you on the attacker's side, is try to regain that space. If you already did nothing during that round. I mean, we have no info in B main, in elbow, in mid, let's just regain the aim and control, see what's happening there, and then we are gonna figure out some kind of a plan.
Get out of my way! Placing alarm bot. Our spike carrier is dead.
Spike down mid.
I got the spike.
What a Tejos ultimate.
Last player standing.
Found them. Powers out.
Okay, listen, man. Like, you heard a lot of the footsteps here. Like, a lot. Your idea to wait for the enemy's peek here was okay. To get the first kill. This was fine. The problem in your positioning here is that you're positioning way too much openly. You're way too open for these fights. Like, whenever there is a chance for you to fight 2 or more enemies on some angle, you cannot hold that angle this wide. It's better if you hold it tighter like this. You try to kill the first enemy and instantly reposition. Then we can maybe hold this angle to try to get one more kill as we are slowly positioning towards the A site and getting ready for the post plant. But holding this angle wide when there can be like 3-4 enemies peeking you, or even 2 enemies is like plenty enough, it's a suicide. And now that you know that you got a kill onto this Reyna, you should have just moved towards the A site. I mean, you kind of know that the whole enemy team is literally here, based on the footsteps.
Powers out.
Basically, whenever you need to fight multiple enemies at the same moment of time, you always want to try to fight the enemies on these tighter angles and try to, kill them by holding these type of positions. Like one kill here, one kill here. Then we move towards the doors. Enemies are still pushing behind you. We can try to get one kill here. Then we plant the spike and then we get ready for the post plant. Now, as I already mentioned, like, if your team has no plan whatsoever, they don't want to go. First of all, I don't know why we gave up on the 5-man push on A. Like, 5-man push on A is the strategy that worked the most for us. So why don't we go A? But okay, let's say team play is not possible, executes are not possible. We'll go for some solo plays then. Let's try to hold the aim in, since enemies are pushing aim in a lot of rounds. Let's try, from this angle. This angle. Or this angle. To get an instant numbers advantage for our team. Your teammates, want to go mid and A. Let's try to pick a timing to lurk through the elbow. And based on sound and information, let's try to fuck up the enemies.
Bot coming back.
When you're scaling up with your team, you're losing the distance between you and your teammates way too much. Try to scale up together with them. Like, basically, whenever you're taking the space with your teammates, the first question you're asking yourself, once my teammates go for the peak, am I ready to refrag them in less than 0.3 seconds and swing together with them? And just simply fight together with them on every single angle. If the answer is no, that means that your positioning is bad and you need to get closer to them. Now, another rule I will give you in ranked solo queue. Whenever your teammates are doing some kind of an execute, always jump spot the angles for them and try to, if you're going fast, don't let your teammates peek the angles at all. Just, you know, do this. Do this. Your teammates are never gonna jump spot the angles in this rank and this elo. We can bait out the enemy shot, get early info. We're not relying on the Sova drone, Tejo drone to reveal anything. And we always know that our teammates are safe and they're not gonna die. And also we get the info for our own crosshair placement. And we can just take the fights together with our teammates. Instead of letting your teammates peek like this and die like this. We need to move in. Don't put the turret up here, it doesn't see shit. Also, in this elo, mainly use the turret as a 6-man. Use it to open the site and reveal the enemies. Here's the diamond. I'm putting my trust into her, not doing those peaks. Brother, it doesn't matter if your Reyna is even radiant. Like, as she is taking a fight, you should be able to swing out and take a fight together with her. You're not waiting for her to take a fight, 50-50 fight, and then be like, if she wins that fight, good. If she dies, what do you do then? Pick up her sheriff and now you're playing passively and baiting your Brimstone and Tejo as they're going in. Go! There's a jet with a fucking operator on the bomb site.
Placing swarm grenade.
The hunt begins.
Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade.
I don't know what is your fetish with your utility here, to be honest. You have some crazy fetish with utility, bro. Like, literally, you don't need this alarm bot here. Crossing this area of the map right now is way too dangerous. Because enemies can kill you from so many different angles and off angles. Okay, 2 of your teammates are backside. You drop this Molotov, very good. Just stay in this position and be ready to fight the enemies together with your teammates. You can drop a second molly later. And if your teammates want to play from the aim in, we can just take the knife, rotate, and that's it. We don't even need the alarm bot. We can jump spot the enemies. Aha, enemies are on the spike. Activate the first alarm bot. Neostorm goes down. Activate the second one. I don't know how I even survived this, to be honest. You see the problem of this turret? Oh, hello, Mr. Harbor. How are you doing today? Mr. Harbor, how are you today? And also, whenever you have a turret to fight the enemies, you should not be holding the angle. You should be abusing the peeker's advantage and fighting the enemies on your turret's contact. So, if your turret is up here and Harbor is down here, you just take this position. Harbor locks onto turret. His crosser is far off. Far off. He needs to do this type of a flick to kill you. You're abusing the perfect crosser placement and movement and peeker's advantage to send that Harbor to the grave. You have a huge advantage in that fight. That fight is yours. Why would you hold the same angle that your turret is holding anyways? When you can surprise that Harbor, you know, with this type of a peek or this type of peek. Antonio Pro, thank you for the Prime sub and thank you for scamming Jeff Bezos and enjoy the playbook. I mean, to be honest, right now, you know, this is the round where you need to rely on your setup. and where you cannot die. You have alarm bot and 2 nanoswarms on the spike. This is the round where we need to let our waylay do whatever the fuck she wanna do, and you just stay passively in the aiming area of the map. Also, you should have resetted your turret here. Maybe we can use it later in this postment. I don't know how much time we have. But here you just need to hide, let the waylay work, and pray to God that these nanoswarms are gonna be enough.
Last player standing.
You have 2 nanoswarms and alarm bot on site. There's like 15 seconds for the spike to detonate.
Swarm grenade.
One enemy remains.
Thanks God. Thanks God that that Clove didn't see you somehow. Like, that timing was like microsecond.
Remaining.
Found them. Swarm grenade out.
Clutch.
Like, this is the round where, you know, this is the round where playing passively from the aim in was a good idea. Enemies don't have that much time to defuse a spike. Bailey is applying the pressure from the backside. You have 2 nanoswarms on the spike. This is the round where you play passively.
Oh my.
There is a chance we start aggressively. W's in the chat, W's in the chat. I really hope we're gonna pick the women area of the map together. Okay, we're not gonna do that. We're not even gonna jump spot the elbow, but at least we're playing with a team.
Alarm bot out. My ultimate
Okay, picking up that orb was okay, I guess.
ready.
We don't need to use the ultimate yet. Once again, you take the frontside control here. Your next objective, number 2, is to take this control. Always. Always. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go! But, considering we have the Brimstone Molly, 2 nanoswarms, turret, and your ultimate, we can also play passively.
Initiated.
This ultimate was way too early. I mean, look at your Reyna. Your Reyna is deep into the enemy spawn, and she doesn't see anyone. The enemies are still on rotation. You should have delayed this ultimate for like maybe like 10 seconds. First reveal the enemies, see where they are, and then use it.
Turret out. Placing swarm grenade.
Okay, turret was fine, I guess.
Placing swarm grenade. Area's clear.
Open up the sky!
Okay, I mean we can win this round like pussies, so it's fine.
Found
One
them.
enemy remaining.
Okay, okay, okay.
Turret.
So, you know, playing passively postplants in the last 2 rounds was fine only because of sheer amount of utility that we have. And that's literally the only reason. And because we were low HP in that previous round, then, you know, it really didn't make any sense to make some kind of an aggressive play when enemies are like 15 seconds. Defuse the spike and 2 nanoswarms to deal with. I don't know, like what... Okay, let's recap the attacker side a bit. Let's recap the attacker side. So, first thing that we need to do on attacker side a bit more, you need to gather more information for yourself and your team with jump spot mechanic when you're doing the fast executes and when we're just playing on sound. I mean, we're playing fast. Second thing, you need to change your setups based on, you know, what we talked about during this VOD review. Your angle clearing and crosshair placement can be much cleaner. You just need to practice a bit angle clearing on different maps on the attacker side in the custom server. 10 to 20 minutes per day. You know, try to clear the angles with a proper crosshair placement, pre-aim your crosshair in the wall, in and out, in and out. If you're already shifting up and playing slow. In the first 4 to 6 rounds, always play with your team and focus on refragging them and taking the space together with them. You need to have a much tighter gap between you and your most aggressive teammates. Only go for lurks and solo plays if team play is not working, or if you see an opportunity to F up the enemies based on previous or current round information. Use your utility in both aggressive and passive way based on how your teammates wanna play, or based on whether or not your aggressive executes are working. You know, for an example, like if your aggro executes are not working, like, you know, 5-man executes, you need to use your nanoswarms to apply the pressure and clear the angles for your teammates while you're going for the executes, and to scale out with them. In this elo, mainly use your turret as a 6th man as you're taking the bomb site control. In post plants, you need to adapt more to whatever the fuck your teammates wanna do, instead of always relying on your passive setups. Your job in ranked solo queue is always to play with your most aggressive or useful teammate that has the highest chances of dying. General points: crosshair placement can be better, angle clearing can be better, gunfights are way too 50-50, or you can simply you're always in some kind of disadvantage. I see the defender side now, like God knows what's gonna happen there. So alarm bot for the flank, yes, like basically just use alarm bot for the flank and lurks in the positions where alarm bot can work, and use the turret during the 5-man executes as a 6th man in your team. Let's see now first the defender side, and then we're gonna make draw the final conclusions here. I really wanna see, like, because on defender side he has 1.13 KD, 52% round win percentage, and much higher impact. I'm really curious what the fuck he's doing on defense. Now, defender side of Breeze. Let me just reset the server because for some reason, you know, Valorant doesn't really allow us to spend too much time alone. I don't know when to play passive or aggressive, or when to play with the teammates or not. I would generally advise every single player that is below Platinum 1 to firstly and mainly focus on team play. Just play with your team. If you're not certain when to lurk, when to flank, just play with a team. Focus first on understanding the proper, like, refray game, proper taking of space before you start adapting yourself to some lurks, flanks, and solo plays. And only go for the solo plays, like if team play is not working, you know, you cannot plan the spike, you cannot play the post plans, enemies are always shutting down your 5-man executes, or if you just gather enough information because enemies are way too repetitive for some kind of a solo play and some kind of a, you know, backstab. Now, defender side of Breeze. So on the defender side of Breeze, story is pretty simple. Basically, your default side, number 1 priority, B side. Number 2 priority, A side. Breeze is a slow rotation map. So basically from the round number 5, your rotations need to always be based on some kind of an information. Either information that you gathered in the previous rounds, or in the current round that you're playing. But in the first 4 rounds of the Breeze, you should be rotating and making some kind of a move on the first contact between your team and enemy team. First 2 rounds of Breeze, you always play around the B side. Basically, the best idea and the best setup that you can do in the first round is the following. Get a bandit, put the turret up here for the B-main area of the map. Basically, you know, for the enemy's B execute. And in the first round, I would recommend you to go for the double push into the elbow. I basically tell one of your teammates, you know, your girlfriend, Reina, can you push elbow with me? Both of you guys take the elbow. If enemies are going B, there is no way that enemies in the first round will expect a double push through the elbow. If enemies are not B, we have so much info and so much map control, we can instantly reset the turret and go for some kind of a fast flank and fast double lurk. We can clear the mid area of the map together, take the full doors control, and we know that now, you know, enemies are just locked down here, and the map is ours. So first round, you should always play in this type of a way. Even in ranked solo queue, when you're playing alone, start top mid, and pull the knife out, instantly walk into the elbow, and jiggle pick the elbow, and get this info first. If the enemies are going bottom mid, we can instantly focus on bottom mid and try to fight them together with our teammates through the doors. If enemies are going B, I mean, you can just reset yourself and go on site, or you can instantly go for some kind of a fast flank and try to catch the enemies off guard with this type of play. Playing passive in the first round is just not worth it on Breeze, because like there's 4 choke points, and we really need to have the info, early info, for the faster rotation. Now, you really cannot play on Breeze with a classic pistol. And if you already want to play with a classic pistol in this first round, you need to play a bit closer. Okay, I mean, our guy right now made a full-on World War II setup for the elbow. Not really the best setup, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, let's take a look at it. How we can change this.
Placing swarm grenade.
You know, this is a bit too much. This is a bit too much. Like, with your Killjoy setup, you always wanna just force the enemies to move and try to fuck them up while they're moving, essentially away from your nanoswarms, or to split them apart. So, a much better idea here is something like this. Like, you just get a bandit, get a turret, put a turret up here for early information, or you can maybe put a turret basically up here to hold both top mid and the B-main area of the map. Then, we can play from the elbow, prepare this type of a nanoswarm, and now, when the enemies are pushing through elbow, exactly when the enemies are here, you pop a molly, enemies are forced to move with an A key all the way here. While they're moving, we just take an easy kill, and maybe we can go for this type of a peek, reposition towards the backside, and play a bit safer. Like, making a war field right here with a classic pistol and playing deep into the elbow is just nonsense. If you already have a full-on war setup here, forcing the enemies to go there, a much better idea is to play either in this corner Or to play here, use the full setup, and it's easier for you to fight with a classic pistol on 0 to 15 meters than 0 to 27 meters. And with a classic pistol, you're always trying to force up a fight that is below 20 meters. Because above 20 meters, like this happens. The first bullet spread is just ginormous. You never know if it is going to be a headshot, earshot, haircut shot, you just don't know where that bullet is going to go. No matter how precise you are. So if you want to have some kind of a setup like this, and play with a classic, but also, I don't know, this is a nonsense, because if the enemies go A, and you're playing a retake of A side with a classic pistol, that's interesting, I'm not gonna lie.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing alarm bot.
A much better setup in a first round on Breeze if you already wanna just anchor B site and play B. Put a turret here for info on mid and B main. Put a smolly somewhere here
Placing swarm grenade.
and just wait. You know? Enemies are here, activate the molly, take a free pick, maybe you can get one more, back off. And reset yourself. Enemies are going A.
Recalling my bot.
Reset the turret, save the Molotov, and just go into... Oh yeah, that's also important fact. Like, I will not drop this molly at the start of the round. It's way too much of a gamble. It's much better if you do this Molotov based on the turret contact. Like, basically, turret gets a contact, then you drop a molly. We need to save this molly for the A retake if enemies are going A. Like, there should never be a moment of time where you with Killjoy drop both of your Molotovs on the site. Never. Dropping one Molotov is okay, to maybe delay the enemy's push early on or something like that. But second molly you're always saving for a potential retake. Or you're dropping it once you get the info that enemies are going to execute that site. Because it's just a waste, you know, if enemies go A and you use both of your Molotovs here, now you don't have the molly to pressure the enemies and clear the angles. You know, like, if I'm going for the A retake, this molly is pretty fucking good. Like, now the enemies cannot peek me from this angle as I'm taking the space and as I'm scaling out. Enemies are stuck behind this box. You can probably bounce a Molotov like this and just force the enemies to peek you out. Okay, that's horrible, but you get the point. Enemies are stuck there. You know, you can create some improvised molly lineups like from a lot of these positions and just fuck them up. Enemies are stuck in this deep corner. That enemy is a goner, essentially. Like, the worst thing you can do with Killjoy is just... You're not 100% certain that enemies are gonna go A or B. You prepare a full war setup on that site. It's just not worth it. Same as with a Cypher. You know, it is almost never worth it using both of your cages as soon as the round starts. Because those cages are bread and butter to go for the retakes and to isolate better fights. Okay, let's see what's gonna happen in this round. It's good that you started on B side, I'm not gonna lie. Your setup is okay, just... I don't know, like... It's just... You have a classic pistol, it's better if you play it closer. Balog! Well, swing Balog. Oh, how many kills you got on Did I even see the kills on a replay? We cannot see that, right? Chat, I'm sorry, I fucked up, right? Do I see if he presses the tab in the replay system? That's not possible. How many shots? How many shots did enemies need to destroy that turret, bro?
Down. Swarm grenade out.
This is another problem of this setup. Like, when you're playing so far back, you don't even hear when the enemies are close to the nanoswarms. They can literally bait out your alarm bot and nanoswarms and not even get tagged in this area. It's way too passive. You cannot play so far away from your setup if you have a setup for the elbow.
Found them. Swarm grenade out. Sex spot.
Good triple shot there. We knew that enemy like Clove is impaired, so there's no reason to go for the one taps. Very good decision. Once again, this is a terrible peak, man. Like, your teammate just died from this Sage. You know exactly that Sage is stuck in this corner. Prepare your crosser, you know, come closer to the wall. Go for 2 steps. 1, 2. Get her out. 2-step mechanic is really, you know, very, very powerful in Valorant to engage the enemies. Like, basically, whenever you know the exact enemy's location and you can have approximately good crosshair placement for the enemies, you should always pick the enemies from the wall that is closer to you. Go for 2 consecutive footsteps. 1, 2. Get that Sage out of the server. That's how you abuse the maximum momentum of your movement in Valorant. Like the maximum peekers advantage. And those should be easy fights for you. Instead of driving around the corner while shifting. Not even shifting, you know that Sage is there.
One enemy remaining.
Now listen, in a 2v1, fuck the map control, fuck everything, fuck this, fuck that, fuck the spike, fuck everything. Try to connect with your teammate as best as you can and as fast as you can, and make sure that every single fight that Tejo can take, you can take him together with him. Period. We don't really care where this hybrid is going to end up. The only thing that matters is that we fight together with our Tejo and our refrag potential. It's not a silent step peak, man, because the Sage knew that he is backside. He took a ghost from the ground. Sage heard the drop of the weapon. But yeah, if his location was hidden, then silent step peek would be better, of course. You're right, you're right.
Spike planted.
Yeah, we still have a turret, that's good. Can we speed up? Now listen, whenever enemies have equal numbers in the post plant, or they're in the numbers disadvantage, generally speaking, in this elo, especially if the enemies are in a numbers disadvantage during the post plant, expect enemies to push you somewhere. Always. Always. And just make sure that you're playing with your remaining teammate and that you're able to fight on a proper refrag potential. You should play with a Tejo here, and with a Tejo clear the tube, I mean the X tube, clear the bridge, yellow, and every angle together with him. Why do we separate into 1 versus 1 fights? No reason. Now listen, first 2 rounds of Breeze, you always play around the B set and top mid. Always. When you win the first round of Breeze, in a second round, these are your buy options. Bulldog heavy shield, Marshall heavy shield, Outlaw with the best shield possible. And the rest of the money goes into your utility. Now, with a Killjoy, I would simply do this type of a setup. Once again, turret up here for like B main area of the map, but also we can drop this type of a turret that sees both B main and mid as well. I would probably go for a Marshall, heavy shield, pistol from the first round, and utility. We can drop one Molotov here. So if the enemies decide to go B and scale out, we can just instantly, you know, deny them a bit and split them apart. And just go for a peek in the elbow again and get the info in the elbow. Knife in the hands, walk out with a knife, take the Marshall, be ready for a fight here. Block down the elbow. Aha, enemies are bottom mid, no problem. We can fuck them up. Enemies are going B, but they are not elbow. Activate a Nano Swarm, drop the alarm bot in the elbow. Be ready to fight on B with your teammates. And that's it. Playing on the ace in this round is a bit of a gamble, because usually when you win the first round and enemies are playing a second eco round or a hull by round, chances are really high that they're gonna try to fuck you up through the elbow, mid or B. Very, very rarely enemies are gonna go A, because pushing A set in the economy disadvantage is really hard when the enemies can play outlaws, marshals, and these long range weapons. I was just following your theory of ABAB. ABAB theory you follow after the round number 2. You know, for the first 2 rounds, we have a very strict positioning based on economy, based on the map statistic as well. And average ranked players like tendencies.
Placing swarm grenade.
I don't know about this setup, to be honest. Like, you know, on the A side,
Bot coming back.
when it comes to the Killjoy setup,
Calling my bot. Swarm grenade out.
like, I mean, you can mix it up quite a lot, to be honest. Like, probably the best setup you can do with Killjoy is you can use this turret for both A main and doors. So the enemies cannot, you know,
Calling my bot.
they cannot cross the
Placing sentry.
into A set from any of these 2 positions if you only have a turret as a recon tool. But if you have alarm bot, then, I mean, you can mix it up quite a lot, literally. Like, you can create some setups where you can put a deep turret, enemies focus on your turret, you peek out, try to kill them. You can put the alarm bot for the doors deep when the round starts like this.
Bot out.
Take that info. Nano swarms, I mean, I don't know, like, you can literally put one nano swarm here to delay and stop the enemy's push or to split them apart as they're going in. This setup that you're using here is fine. I mean, just, you know, using 2 nano swarms at the start of the round is too much
Recalling my bot.
when you're not like 100% certain if enemies are gonna push the A side.
Alarm bot out.
And you need to have some utility to cover the push through the doors. Like, it really doesn't matter what type of setup you want to use. There needs to be either a turret looking towards the doors or alarm bot inside of it.
Placing sentry.
And once again, you adapt your playstyle based on how aggressively or passively your teammates want to fight. Like in this round, if I see on the minimap that my Brimstone is starting this aggressively, with this type of a body posture, we need to instantly pre-assume, just purely based on that body posture, that Brimstone is going to go for an aggressive play. Instant pre-assumption. Body posture of your teammates at the start of the rounds can tell you a lot what your teammates are going to do. Now, because of this body posture of the Brimstone, I just need to start aggressively. Like, basically, I cannot use the nanostorms for this shit. I need to be ready to fight in the A main area of the map together with the Brimstone. And maybe improvise with my nanostorms a bit if we're gonna go for some aggressive peaks. Like, we can maybe drop our nano
Placing swarm grenade.
for the choke point right here.
Swarm grenade.
So we split the enemies apart. Probably you can just bounce it like from that upper angle. Okay, that's actually shit.
Placing
What about
swarm
this?
grenade.
That's okay. That's
Swarm
good.
grenade out.
So the enemies cannot scale out here. They get stuck here and we fight them with a brimstone. I just worry to play aggro and Killjoy or Cypher because if I die, we lose sight, brother. If 2 or 3 of your teammates die and you end up 5-2, I mean 2v5, 3v5, you're gonna lose a bomb set anyways in that round. You always adapt your playstyle based on whatever the fuck your teammates wanna do. Also, I have absolutely no idea how in this round we're playing with a ghost, no shield, and utility. Why did we win the first round if in this round we're gonna have the same guns and utility as the enemies? You might as well lose the first round then.
Sentry.
You should have supported Brimstone here. And in this round you should have bought either a Bulldog, Outlaw, or Marshall. What now, brother, huh? Now we are 5v4. And enemies also forced by. Enemies forced? And you're playing with a fucking ghost. Splendid. No, we need to rotate. I mean, literally, like, we have 0 map control. Just in the second round, like, start aggressively in the elbow. Take the elbow control. Keep your turret for the B side. And based on information, rotate left and right. Okay, now we know that two enemies are doors. Ooh, now we are 5v3 with a ghost. Let's see how we're gonna win this round with our passive setup on A side and without supporting our teammates. Listen, as soon as you leave the site with a Killjoy, always reset both your alarm bot and the turret. They're just useless at that point, number 1. Number 2, if enemies see that your utility is down, they're gonna know that you're not on the bomb set anymore. Obviously. And they're gonna have even more confidence to move into the site. And to take space faster. As soon as your utility goes down, and you're not even close to reset it back, get it back in your, in your pocket, and we're gonna use it later. Splendid. Just the first 2 rounds play on the B side, and play in the way that I've mentioned at the start of this, defender side, and then from the round number 3 we can start using some rules. There's just no way that we're playing with a Marshall right now in Light Shield. Listen, your default positioning on this map, when you cannot read the enemies, should always be around the top mid. You do some kind of a setup on B, and you start top mid. And you're fighting for the elbow and mid control with your teammates. That should be your default position on Breeze, when you have no fucking idea what the enemies are gonna do next.
Turn out.
So right now, you should have been fighting with your Reyna. And taking the mid control. Ooh, the knight. Once again, whenever you need to peek the enemies in an area of the map where they can play multiple different off angles, common angles, higher and lower positions, jump spot the enemies, and then take a fight. Once you get the info for your crosshair placement. Brother, you got 1 kill. You have no idea where are the enemies. Relax a bit. We're still 3v3, we can win this round. Why are you running it down?
Placing alarm bot. Turret out.
Listen, I take my words back. Like, this turret up here is dog shit. It is much better if you use a turret like this. A turret that can see the enemies in both B main area of the map and in the mid as well. Like, this turret is just not efficient enough to, you know, to cover both of the angles. Like, you need to waste a fucking alarm bot for something. So, do this type of a turret. If you already want to start top mid, you can start on this position. I don't know, maybe we can get the info in the elbow. Maybe you can try scooting down mid with your teammates and taking more space aggressively. Like, you can do whatever the hell you want to do. And, no matter how you're putting your turret on the B side, it should always see both B main and the top mid area of the map. You know, you put your turret here. Like this. Like this. Like that. We cannot leave the top mid unattended. And once again, you're way too passive considering what your teammates are doing. Like, your waylay is starting close to the B main area of the map. You want to play on the B side. Support the waylay. Hold the window for waylay if you want to go for an aggressive peek in the B. Like, doing this type of a peek alone is just a suicide. If your waylay want to do this, you need to hold the window for her, for an example. But anyways, like, you know, the only info that we have about the enemies from the last 2 rounds is that they really like to fight on mid. So we need to clear the elbow and get the info here. Maybe even put alarm bot after clearing it, and be ready to potentially fight the enemies at the bottom mid, and for a faster rotation towards the A side. This is just way too passive, bro. I mean, listen, on Breeze, there cannot be a single round where we have nobody covering the elbow and bottom mid. We need to have that information. We cannot let the enemies lurk up through these positions, split us up, or God forbid do a 5-man push through mid without our knowledge. We need that early information to rotate properly, to be ready, to fight properly on the map, to take more space on a defender's side. And once again, you always want to take the fights with your teammates. Fuck the nanoswarms, fuck the setups. If your Reyna is taking this fight, you better be mentally and physically ready to take that fight as well. Here as well, you know? You should not be playing in the CT right now, because this position is probably going to get smoked off by the enemy Brimstone. Right now, you should be playing this position. Or getting at the backside, slowly, so that we can potentially surprise the enemies, keep our location a secret, because I don't really think that enemies are going to expect, you know, 3 of you guys on the site right now. We can maybe pull the turret
Calling my bot.
and play with a Vele.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
You are playing in a way too much of a pacifist mode. You need to take more fights. You need to get more reps. You're not a bad fucking player. Like, mechanically, I don't feel that you're bad. You know, like, yes, you're not ascendant, immortal, radiant. You know, your mechanics are not that good. But I don't know, why are you playing in such a pacifist mode? You will never get better at Valorant. You will never improve faster if you play like this. Where are you going right now? Harbor is top mid. Your Tejo wanna fight the Harbor. Let's fight! Anyways, we have the spike in the B main area of the map. You build confidence. You build confidence through competence. As you repeat the same shit over and over again, once you fail 1,000 times, that's how you become confident. You're playing in low elo. All of these players are shit. No one can judge you. The best moment of time for you to get better and to try things out and fuck around. Once you become a better player, you can literally go from Iron 1 to Ascendant 1 in less than 7 days. That's how easy it is to rank up in Valorant from low elo to medium elo. But you will never be better if you consistently play like in this pacifist, baity type of way where you consistently just rely on your utility setups instead of relying on proper fights, off angles, common angles, fighting with your teammates, etc, etc. Once again, in this 1v2, well, I don't give a fuck what Harbor is gonna do. You just want to make sure that you can refrag this Tejo at every single moment of time, and that we cover all of the possible angles from which enemy Harbor can kill us on timing. So right now, you should be backside with the Tejo and waiting to see what's gonna happen.
Placing swarm grenade. Alarm bot out.
This, you know, this early nanoswarm setup is a huge waste on the A side. Like, it's a huge waste of utility. I mean, you can literally prepare this setup
Coming back.
once you get a contact with the enemies in A main. You know, you can go for some early jump spot like this to get the info, and now literally do the same setup that you're doing on the go.
Placing swarm grenade.
Why are you wasting both of your nanoswarms
Swarm grenade out.
if you're gonna play passively anyways? And when you're defending A side, you always need to get some early information in A main area of the map. And whenever you're like 90% certain that enemies are gonna go A, you should be fighting for the A main area of the map. Like right now, we should be telling our Brimstone and Tejo, guys, I think enemies are gonna go A. Let's fight in the A main. Like, we can just do the turret like this at the start of the round that sees both enemies
Placing sentry.
at the doors and in the A main area of the map. Like, here, at the barrier. I don't know where the fuck is the barrier, like,
Probably
just a second.
reevaluates their approach.
So basically, you do this type of turret. Bam.
Turret out.
Now, Tejo Brimstone. Brimstone, can you drop a deep smoke down here? Teho, can you use one rocket here, one rocket here, and just lock down the aim and everything? Or just Teho, can you just use one rocket here? And then what you can do, you just drop a molly like this. Okay, that was. We lock in the full aim and area of the map with 3 individual abilities. Enemies are fucked. We can just leave one player defending the aim and area of the map. We have a turret for doors, and we can fully focus on mid and rest of the map. And you didn't waste any of your utility. Does that actually hit people in doors? Yeah, like when the enemies are going through the doors, like they cannot pass this turret. Who absolutely wasted nanoswarms? Wasted opportunity. Like, we have such a good team composition to lock down the aim and area of the map. Why are we letting the enemies take aim in for nothing? Actually, you look at the minimap. Your teammates are actually fighting. There's no passive setup right now. You need to fight with them. You have nanoswarms. You can destroy them. And at the end of the day, you can just peek together with them and fight.
Placing sentry.
Brother, this turret doesn't exist.
Bot coming back.
Listen, like, this turret right here is fine. It sees the aim in and sees the doors as well.
Recalling my
This turret here is like passive, okay, whatever, to be honest. This turret here, passive, okay, whatever, like, if the enemies wanna lurk through the aim and area of the map and doors, they cannot do it. But in this example, where teammates are aggressing the enemies there, just this turret, brother, like, can be ready to deploy this nanoswarm immediately, and let's just fight. Okay, don't be careful with this one, actually, like, we need to bounce it properly.
grenade out.
You're letting your Brimstone and Teho fight aggressively while you're holding the doors that your Reyna is already clearing and nobody's at the doors. What the absolute fuck? Brimstone could have died. -1. Brimstone can die again. He's going for a second aggressive peek. Thankfully he didn't. Like, the bare minimum, the absolutely bare minimum that you should have done in this round is at least play at the backside and be ready to refrag your Brimstone. You know, maybe play around this position, so even if the enemy smoke you off, you're able to peek out and refrag this motherfucker. And even if you die while trying to refrag your teammates and fighting together with them, it is still better than your team is dying alone and you're relying on your stupid setup
Coming back.
to potentially kill the enemies. Maybe. And win the round solo. Here, while the Teho was droning the enemies, we see that a lot of the enemies are in the aim-in. Teho is here, Brimstone is here. Where should you play right now? You should be playing on, this position. Being ready to swing out if the Teho takes this type of a fight. It's like a double tower type of a fight. Why not? You need to fight more. Do not let your teammates die like this.
Found them. Swarm grenade out. Bot assist.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
And now he swings. You know, now when he is 4v1, he is like, okay, now I'm gonna fight. Okay, my grandma can have the confidence to take this type of stupid fights. And this is exactly the moment of time when you should not be peeking. Now you should be hiding yourself inside of this smoke, waiting for your teammates to get a contact with this enemy and then going for a swing. You're doing everything the opposite.
This.
Okay, now playing on the B side is a good idea. Like, we noticed in the last 2 rounds, enemies are going A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Once again, we need to put more pressure and more focus on mid and elbow. Like, you just can't. Your starting position cannot be this, or this. Your starting position on B side cannot be behind this line. We need to be gathering some information here, 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 here.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Once again, just wasted nanoswarms. Like, okay, you wanna make an anti-plant setup. Like, and you drop this nanoswarm here. Okay,
Swarm grenade.
don't drop the second one. Because you can drop this one
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
later anyways. If you're gonna play from the site.
Placing swarm grenade.
Yeah, my guy is again gonna play from the CT. But look at your Waylay. Your Waylay is going for an aggressive peek in the B-man. We need to hold the window for that Waylay. Otherwise, Waylay is in a huge danger. What's the difference between number 300 rating versus 1000 rank rating player? But in terms of the skill, a lot of the times, those players can be equal. A lot of the times. Because that 1000 rank rating player might be playing duo queue with a Immortal 1, for an example. And just, you know, abusing the Horkus and Muda method, apparently. Also, there's a lot of Radiant players that solo queue only. And hitting 1000 rank rating in solo queue is practically impossible. Like, it's just not possible. Only because of how community is mentally dented. Then, 1000 rank rating player, like, is already, you know, if he is playing solo, he is gonna get in a lot more, like, Radiant lobbies and he's gonna get a really good practice if he actually plays solo queue. Like, 9 out of 10 times he's gonna play in the lobbies where there's like 8 Radiant players, 9 Radiant players, like where there's a lot of pro players as well. But a lot of these, you know, 1000 rank rating players, like, they're just playing duo queue with some Immortal 2-1 low elo accounts, and I don't know, like, I don't know what's the fucking point, to be honest. If I was 1000 rank rating, I would only play solo, because that's a really good fucking practice and really good fucking lobbies. How do we play Marshall again without a shield? Listen, man, like, I'm just gonna share with you one of my private coaching videos where I explain the full-on, in-depth Valorant economy. You cannot be doing, like, there's no way that you played, like, out of 17 rounds, you played 7 rounds with a Marshall and Light Shield. In this round, you play Marshall only in eco rounds and in the second anti-eco round. Brother, you just won the last round. If you want to play some sniper because you think enemies are not going to have a heavy shield, get the outlaw, heavy shield, and utility. That's fine. You know, in the middle of the match. You have money to buy, you know, something better. Ask your teammates to drop you as well.
Get out of my way.
But this turret, I don't know what is this turret for. Like, okay, so from now on the B side, this turret, okay, good, not bad.
Out.
This turret right here, good, not bad.
Turret out. Recalling my
Done. Literally done. Those are your turrets on the B side. And alarm bot we can maybe use to top off our setup somewhere, or at a choke point, or in the elbow, like just to once we clear the elbow and we want to get more info about the enemies. But brother, this turret sees nobody. Nowhere. Like the whole point of the turret is to get as early as possible contact with the enemies, so they cannot lurk up and fuck us up on timing and stuff like that.
placing sentry. Alarm bot.
I'm not even gonna ask myself anymore. Like, I'm not ask any questions. The guy's just smarter than us, to be honest. I don't know. Like this is too big brain for me. You know, like your Valet just got a counter with enemies starting the beam in. Your Valet is ready to fight the enemies. My dude puts a alarm bot for the backside, and he's already ready for the retake. But why don't we just stop the enemy's push instead of playing the retake? And look at this, man. Like, this cannot happen for you on Breeze. We cannot have nobody defending the mid area of the map and having zero fucking information here. If nobody wants to do that, that is your job in ranked solo queue. Starting on a position like this. Actually, I don't see it from the yellow lines, but just a second.
Alarm bot out.
Starting on a position like this, jiggle peeking the mid and elbow, and getting early information. Or slow peeking the elbow, getting this info, putting the alarm bot there, and then holding the mid. And then just playing fast rotations and fast reactions.
Spike down B.
How, what?
One enemy remaining.
Turrets destroyed.
Listen, man. Just fuck the Sentinels. Like, just fuck the Sentinels. You need to get in more reps. You need to become more confident to fight. You need to focus more on better team play, reframe potential, angle clearing, and by playing Sentinels are just ruining your improvement rate right now and your potential. Because only God knows what is your potential. Like, you can play Killjoy and Cypher as much as you want once you become a better player. But this is simply not it. Like, this is just horrendous how passively we play and how much information we give to the enemies and space.
Placing alarm bot. Turret out.
Do we really need like 2 nanoswarms for the doors?
Placing swarm grenade.
Brother, if you're already gonna hold like if you're already gonna hold the doors,
Swarm grenade out.
you don't need to use the alarm bot early on. Like, you can just do this turret for both doors and aim in
Placing sentry.
to get aim and info. Then when the round starts, you can just use this alarm bot right here
Placing alarm bot.
and just hold the doors then. And react. If enemies are going through mid, Then you can drop some kind of a molly like this. And reposition.
Swarm grenade out.
You're just wasting so much early utility. And now, look at this. Like your Waylay is pushing mid. We have zero information on mid. You should be going mid to support that Waylay. You always play with the most aggressive teammate that has the highest chance of dying at that moment of time.
Spike down mid.
This is how it ends.
Why did you give so much space to the enemy jet? I know it's 4v2. Your Waylay is stuck bottom mid. We have no idea where is the enemy Clove. We need to support our teammates. There's a spike on mid. Right now, you have this turret.
Placing sentry.
Instead of disengaging this jet, you should be getting on this position, ready to fuck up the jet on the turret's contact. Or getting into this position so you can swing out and once again fuck up the jet on the turret's contact. Like, turret is your best friend. You should always be playing on the turret's contact. Especially in these 1v1 fights. In this elo, most of the players are gonna be like, oh, there's a turret there. They're gonna panic. Try to shoot it. You swing out with the proper movement. AD. Good crosshair placement. Get the guy out of the server. Now you're giving the full space on A side to the enemies. Enemies can potentially push the CT here, push the tube, push the doors, and split you know, you're just allowing the enemies to unlock 3 additional angles. Why? When we can keep the info everywhere and still fight with our Waylay. I do this like too passive. This is just horrendous, bro. Like passiveness is destroying on both attackers and defenders. You need to go in, man. You just need to go in. Like you need to play some semi-aggressive or aggressive character. Sentinels are simply not it, man. Just not it. I mean, generally, whenever I coach someone in Valorant that is like below Platinum 1, and I see he's a Sentinel main, unless I truly see a potential in that player, you know, I see that he's using his utility in both aggressive and passive way, that he's following up his teammates okay, that he's not scared to fight, then I'm maybe gonna allow him and coach him on a Cypher, Killjoy, or whatever the fuck you wanna play, Sage. But when I see this shit, where a player is too passive, just not using utility in a proactive way, just holding the backside 24/7, playing behind the team consistently, this is not the agent for you, and this is not a playstyle for you right now.
Placing swarm grenade.
Like 2 of your teammates are fighting aggressively in the aiming area of the map. You have alarm bot for the doors and a nano swarm, and you're playing back yellow as a starting position. What if both of your teammates die? What are you gonna do then?
The hunt begins.
What now? How do we win this round right now? Because that is your win condition in this round. Your win condition in this round is for you to support those 2 teammates, lock down the aiming area of the map, and make sure they don't die for nothing. That's your only win condition right now. Nothing else. If you don't want to bug them out, you know, get a fucking Odin at the end of the day and just spam this position. Like, you will apply enough pressure for your teammates to potentially live a happy life and maybe kill someone. Even this is better than starting here and just waiting to see what's gonna happen.
Into the deep.
Turret down.
Spike planted.
Goodbye. My ultimate is ready.
Where are we going with this ultimate? There is nowhere for you to... Basically, if you want to use the Killjoy's ultimate for the retake of A site, you really need to get into some closer position. Like, basically, we need to either use it at the backside somewhere here to push the enemies out, here to push these enemies out, or to take all of this space and then use it on this box, you know, on this cover. So the enemies have no other choice but simply to fight us, or to go all the way back here.
Last player standing.
Alarm bot out. Turret out.
You always want to maximize the efficiency of your utility. If your utility can hold 2 choke points, 3 angles, 4 angles, maximize it. You know, this is the range of the Killjoy turret. You know, it's like, what, 135 degrees? It can see a lot. You know what's the main issue of this type of passive positioning in Valorant? Like, you're not giving yourself additional chances to potentially get a kill, apply damage, and fuck up the enemies. Like, that's the problem. Like, there's so many good off angles, tight angles, common positions that you can play, where most of the times you're not gonna die, and you can apply some damage and pressure. Like, for example, if you have this type of a setup, bam, let's say we drop a molly here,
Placing swarm grenade.
we drop alarm bot, let's say, here, and we drop a molly here.
Placing
Like,
swarm
with this setup, you can play in so many different ways on the B side. Like, we can start by holding this angle. Enemies get a contact with our turret. You know? Bam, we can swing out, take a kill. Enemies get contact with the beam-in. Bam, we swing out, we can take a kill. Now reposition. Now we have multiple options. Enemies are moving in. Alarm bot hits them. You wait here for the enemies to be exactly on your nanoswarm.
grenade out.
Enemy is dead. Now we can just focus on this angle and just reposition backside. Or, after you get a kill, after you get a shot, go back, get in, get at the backside immediately. Enemies are moving in, pop a molly there, pop a molly here. Now this enemy needs to swing out in order to get out of your molly. Free kill for you. If this guy goes back, free kill for you. Now we can reposition and play a bit safer. And wait for the cavalry to arrive. On the A set as well, like, I mean, your starting position can never be this. Sabirian, thank you for the 7 main read, bro. 7 main read.
Found them. Swarm grenade out.
Real men don't play Killjoy unless you're alpha. True. Listen, bro, like, on the A set retakes, you really want to try getting into this position to use the ultimate. You really want to try that. On the B set retakes, you cannot use the ultimate here or here. You know, it doesn't do that much. You can maybe use it in this position, but once your teammates, you know, rotate and once you have someone to support you. You cannot use it here where you're solo CT, only your Valet is at the broken wall. Focus on fighting with the Valet. Anyways, we're 3 versus 4. We can maybe kill these enemies without using the ultimate.
Spike planted.
Initiated.
And especially now that you use the ultimate, you should be scaling up with your Valet from the right side and taking the space and fights together with her. Not waiting for the ultimate to detonate and then you start taking space. Because this ultimate leaves a huge gap. Here, enemies can just hide there, ultimate detonates and they take the space again. And get on a default postman positions. Your Valet should not have died alone. Without your support.
Area's clear.
And you see the problem of your early nanoswarm setups. You know, now, if you had nanoswarms for this post plant, you could have bombarded this jet
Placing swarm grenade.
with the nanoswarms
Swarm grenade out.
and push her off from that position. For an example, like with Killjoy, you just can't. You can't put both of your nanos as soon as the round starts. You can put one nano somewhere for some kind of a play or to delay or split the enemies apart, but the second one you need to save. You can use it, you know, you can always use the second nanoswarm for every setup as the round is progressing. The setup that I showcased you, like, you know, turret here,
Placing sentry.
nano here,
Placing
alarm
swarm
bot here.
grenade.
Like, you can literally put this second nanoswarm after you take this fight.
Placing swarm grenade.
And it doesn't make any difference. But the difference is, if the enemies don't go B, I can just instantly, you know, rotate,
Recalling my bot. Bot coming back.
save one nanoswarm, and now I have that nano to clear this position, this position, this position, every spot where the enemies can get stuck. Or to retake the B site later.
Yeah. Perfect accuracy.
Good night.
Last player standing.
Swarm. Placing swarm grenade. Placing alarm bot. Turn out.
Ah, brother, you have a Bailey that is pushing B, man. You have a Reyna that is pushing elbow. Can we play with someone, man? Like, what? So, once again, you have this passive setup. What is the difference? You know, if you already have this type of a setup.
Swarm grenade out. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade. Placing alarm bot. Placing.
What difference does it make if you play here or if you play here? Because anyways, you're not playing on the contact of that setup anyways. You're playing too passively. But the difference is, like, our Reyna is not gonna die alone, and we can maybe take the full elbow control and fight together.
Line 'em up! Going in!
You know, now you will be fighting the enemies in the elbow with your Reyna, killing the enemies, clearing the beam in area of the map, and there's nothing for the enemies to execute. Instead of that, Reyna had a 0 solo carry impact, like she just got 1 kill, got refrag, and literally nothing happened.
You will not kill my
Actually, negative impact because they have a Sage ultimate as well.
allies.
How do we play Spectre? Oh, brother, like, I didn't even see this. You have 3,200 credits in the stash. There is only 3 more rounds to play, potentially. How do you have a Spectre, bro?
Kill my allies.
And on a Breeze. Spectre on a Breeze. On Breeze, if you want a half buy, Guardian, Marshal, Outlaw, Bulldog, Bandit, Sheriff, that's it. And maybe shotguns if you know, have some kind of a good setup and different agent that is not Killjoy. Now, when it comes to, like, that point that you made right now, Tejo saved for the next. That doesn't mean that you have to save. If you already have, like, 5,000 credits in this round, And in the next round, you're going to have like 7,900 credits if you lose this round. Get a Vandal, get a Heavy Shield. Because you will have money anyways to go for the full buy in the next round as well. And that weapon that you bought might be a difference whether or not you win this round. But Spectre is definitely not going to be any difference, like, whatsoever.
Top recalling my bot.
Now, once again, we don't have Nanoswarms for the retakes. We have a Spectre for the retake, though.
Spike planted.
Spectre goated, bro. Like, goated weapon on Breeze, man. What is really dangerous in some of these engagements that you make is that you need to be more aware of the angles, like, where the enemies might be at that moment of time. Like, whenever you lose the info in an area of the map for more than 3 seconds, you behave towards that angle and that area of the map like the enemies will and can be there. So if I'm engaging this Reyna, I need to clear this angle, and I need to be ready for a potential enemy here. And then I can actually focus on this Reyna and try to get a kill.
That's done.
Imagine if you had a Nanoswarm for this Clove. Shit, bro. That would be good. I really hope we use a turret for this retake. You know, putting a turret right now here would be amazing to get some, maybe potential some info from the enemies. And putting alarm bot at the doors would also be amazing because we have no fucking info if an enemy can peek us from the doors.
Can't use that yet. Placing sentry.
Never, you never agreed for the guns in Valorant. Unless the gun is 100% safe to pick up, you focus on the fights and proper scaling with your teammates. Even if you need to fight all of these fights with a classic pistol, you just focus on proper gunfights and fights together with your allies.
Alarm bot out.
Who is this alarm bot for?
Alarm bot out.
Listen, your primary goal with the agents such as Killjoy and... Okay, so let me tell you something. Your primary goal with the agents such as Killjoy and Cypher is not to fuck up the enemies at the backside. It's to fuck up the enemies while they're going for the execute. To split them apart here and search for some kill potential in the elbow, in this corner, and on the site and choke point. When they're going A, your primary focus is fucking up the enemies here, 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 here. Not here. You don't want to give them that much space. Only in some very, very rare case scenarios, you should have some kind of a passive setups like this. But even if you have a passive setup, you should still start semi-aggressively. Jump spotting the enemies, holding some tight angles, safe angles to maybe get a kill. But at least you get the information. And you're not wasting your time on that site if enemies are not pushing your site.
Placing sentry.
This alarm bot is for mid. What's the problem of using that alarm bot here then?
Alarm bot out.
Like, why would you get the info about the enemies on mid here instead of here? Like, what if the enemies right now walk up through mid? They lurk up through elbow, and they do this. Your alarm bot is gonna reveal that enemy here. Wow. What the actual fuck, bro? Oh, no, we're done with this VOD review. We're done with this VOD review. We're done. We're done with this VOD review, man. Okay, listen. Listen, bro. Defender side. Your starting positions are way too passive. We're giving enemies so much early space. You need to focus more on what your teammates wanna do instead of what you wanna do. You can't play on defense without any early info. Prioritize mid area a bit more on a map such as Breeze. In eco rounds, you can be a bit more aggro towards the elbow and bottom mid, trying to surprise enemies. Save one of your mollies. Never drop both of your mollies for any setup. Save at least one for a potential retake. You always wanna play with your most aggressive teammate that has the highest chances of dying or that is doing something proactive on defender's side. You need to abuse more off angles and safe angles before you end up in some 50-50 fight. Okay, now listen. So, first of all, you are definitely not gonna play Killjoy anymore. Like, Killjoy is out of any questions and Sentinels are out of any questions. So, this is how the story goes. After this VOD review, after I upload it on second YouTube channel, you will get 5 private coaching videos that are gonna completely reshape your mindset of how should you actually play Valorant. And I want you to apply every solution, every tip, every strategy that I mentioned in those videos. Number 2, you're gonna completely change your economy management based on one of these videos that I share with you. Number 3, you are gonna start making a playbook for yourself of how should you play every fucking map in Valorant and which angles you should hold and abuse based on my own playbook on the Discord server right here. Every week, one map. Every week, one map. By the way, this is the queue for the 5-stack coaching. If you're a Discord sub, we're starting with that like maybe tomorrow already. Next rule for you. I'm also gonna share a training with you. I have a lot of pre-recorded and pre-made trainings. I don't really know which one I'm gonna share exactly, but I'll give you one training that you're gonna follow for the next 2 months or 3 months. I'm also gonna share with you the aim training with you based on the most common mechanical problems that I see. I'm gonna review the VOD one more time. I was a bit autopiloting when it comes to your mechanical problems, so I'll give you aim training or a warm-up that's gonna fix all of this shit. This is mandatory. Like, this is a must. Now, when it comes to the agents, for the next 3 months, you're not gonna consider in your wildest dreams playing something such as Killjoy or Cypher or any passive bullshit like that. These agents do not exist for you for the next 3 months. Nada. What you need to play is something that can either play semi-aggressively or something that is just, you know, a bit more on the front lines overall. Now, I really, you know, there's a few options here, and I don't really know like what exactly to recommend you based on one VOD review. So you can try any of these options. So options that are out of the table, consideration, and good options. So out of the table, Astra, dog shit for you. Breach, way too passive. Brimstone, no. Chamber, I think you will play passive, you know, you will still play passive with the Chamber as well, so fuck that shit. Clove, fuck that shit. Cypher, fuck that shit. Deadlock, fuck that shit. Fade, a consideration. You can try Fade. Gecko, a consideration. Why not try him out in low elo? He's really good. You have a lot of freedom to do whatever the fuck you want and to engage enemies in multiple different ways. Harbor, but dude, this guy doesn't exist in Valorant. ISO, consideration. Jet, yellow bracket with the Gecko actually. KO, nope. Killjoy, nope. Neon, too complicated for you right now. Omen, a consideration. Phoenix, a consideration. Raze, consid. Reyna, fuck that shit, we have ISO. Sage, fuck this shit, 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 fuck this shit. Fuck this shit for now. Okay, so basically you don't have that many options, like, these are the options for you. Try these 7 agents. Pick the 3 characters that you enjoy the most to play. Out of those 3 characters, 1 should be your main that you're trying to fully master, and 2 should be your alternative picks. And that's it. You need to play something like this for the next 3 months. Initiators might force you to play more with your team, and that's why I'm giving you these 2 picks. So maybe, you know, fuck the Fade. Fuck the Fade for an example. Like, okay, we have a Gecko. Then, fuck the ISO, we have these 5 options. So what you can maybe do is, like, you can give a serious try to Jet, Gecko, and Omen, and just see how you play on Phoenix and Raze. But don't play Omen if you're only gonna play him passively. If you're not gonna use any aggressive or semi-aggressive setup that I mentioned in my playbook. If you're gonna play Omen as a passive potato and as a support only, don't touch him. If you're not gonna go in with the Shrouded Steps, I don't even know where to start with him. You know! You have a fully completed playbook for Omen on my Discord server for every single map. I covered every utility setup, how to use his abilities, everything. You can play Omen. You can definitely give him a try. But any other option for the next 3 months out of these 5 is just a suicide for your long-term improvement. So, let me explain it one more time. So, out of these options, you should pick one duelist. Like, you should pick one duelist that you enjoy the most right now. Any of these 3 is fine. And that duelist can be your main agent. My choice would be Jet, obviously. Like, I would put Jet on the place number 1, Raze number 2, Phoenix number 3. But you can pick based on what, you know, with which agent you just have more
Surprise,
fun.
motherfucker.
Buzzy, thank you for 31 sub and enjoy the playbook. Now, if Raze is too complicated for you because of the satchels and utility, go with a Jet. If you don't want to dive that deep, go with the Phoenix. Phoenix is also very fucking good in low elo. Now, Omen can be your flex agent. You know, like you can learn some of the basic Omen setups, try to like perform a few aggressive plays here and there, like, you know, something. You can just give him a try. Anyways, it would be really good if you learn at least one controller so that you can flex with that controller when you don't have a controller with yourself. And Gecko can be a second flex, because I really think that Gecko is maybe the best option for you right now. I'm not gonna lie. Like, because with Gecko, you can literally go, when you're playing below Platinum 1, you have a lot of freedom to do whatever the hell you want. Utility is very useful of Gecko in these lower elo lobbies. Players don't know how to dodge it, how to play around it. And basically, you know, Gecko might be even the #1 option, but I would really like to put you on some duelist. So, let's, you know, make it simple. Pick one duelist out of these 3 as your main agent for the next 3 months. My personal options would be 1, 2, 3. Pick Omen as a flex. Learn him a bit on some maps. Basic default setups, executes, it's not that complicated. And don't play him only as a support. Go in with a Shrouded Steps. You will die 100 times. 101st time, things are gonna click in. Gecko should be your second main agent. So basically, you play Gecko equally as one of these other agents. Give these characters a try in the next 3 months and try to put yourself more in the action. You need action to develop confidence, proper peaking, especially the training that I'm gonna give you. No matter what type of general training I give you, is gonna require from you to be in the action, to proactively work on the problems in order to fix them. I have 50 trainings. There's not a single training that is teaching players how to play fully passively like a potato. Everything else we're gonna discuss and cover through private messages on Discord, you know, after I upload this one on a second YouTube channel. Thank you for watching. Subscribe, leave a like, leave a comment, join Discord server for coaching also soon. Basically, you know, this week I'm starting with a 5-stack coaching for the Discord subs. You can subscribe by using this link right here. 5 random players are gonna join the queue. 5 random players are gonna be coached live. You're gonna play 2 or 3 ranked matches, and you know, I'm also gonna give you for every player I'm gonna cover a few, you know, general coaching points that they should focus on. It's gonna be a lot of fun. You know, you're gonna learn a lot. So yeah, and yeah. Other than that, thank you for watching. See you in the next one. Bye bye.